Hello. Hello, stream. Hello, temper. You are? Why are you unhinged, temper? Wait, what? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. 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 Just trying to make sure he doesn't bitch you out anymore. What'd they say? Oh. Mm-hmm. Got you. Yep. Nice. Dude, it's genuinely one of the best things in Minecraft to just mindlessly terraform. Because you're just like, oh, okay, I have like a, especially when there's like a set goal for doing it. And then when you have like a second person to like help you do that, it just goes by so quickly. Ball laugh, no. I guess while I wait for a couple of minutes, I'll play some Minecraft right now. Yeah, to just kind of, yeah. Was he like yelling at you, or was he just like, "Hey, this needs"? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 I'm asleep. Oh no, wait. I need to battle. That's what I need to do. Yeah. Holy shit, that's so much knockback. Yeah. Okay, got that. Ow. Okay, wait, I'm gonna die. I need to run away. Do 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 do. Okay, well I got a little bit of gunpowder. Not a lot. Ow. Set myself on fire. Do I have pretty good armor on. Why is this spider up here? Yeah. Damn, bruh. Yeah, but still, yeah, you'll be fine, man. Yeah. Yeah. Still, whenever you get a text from your boss after work, it's like, oh. Hmm. Yeah. Your whole day is revolved around that. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. No! Yeah. Damn it. I need... Hey, Tor killed. Yeah, that's the worst, is coming back from a weekend. It's like that first day back. Yeah. You're just tired. Yeah. You're here for the intro to F1 class. Lovely, Tor killed. We'll start it in a little. I'm just trying to finish up here on Minecraft, get all my crops grown, and then I can have this in the background. Yeah, I know when I came up, I immediately got attacked by the Phantom. I was helping a friend offline. We were digging a hole because he wants to put a jungle tree in his house underneath. It's actually been kind of sick. But he got a little chode tree instead, so it actually looks kind of silly. Yeah. I will be doing it here in a minute. Yeah, I don't think I got any iron either in that. That's crazy, because we at least did like 5,000 blocks and didn't get a single block of iron. Do I have audio? I should probably check that. I forgot to do that. Okay, I do have audio. Yeah. Oops. Does it still say just chatting is my question? Yes, good, good. Good, Twitch, good. Okay. This is survival. This is my survival world that I've been building so far. So this is the inside of my house. It's made out of copper and orange terracotta. This is a lovely little tree that I have here. And a nice little garden. And then out front we have the farms with the bees up top. And then I was gonna put cows up here, but I didn't want this to happen, which is animals spawning and dropping on my crops, but it still happens anyways. So I put the cows over there, at the bottom of the hill. And then across is Santos' house. His, I think, he's building from a template, and I need to take the screenshot of it. I just keep forgetting to do it. I'll do it here in a minute, or after the F1 thing. See, but the thing is, the thing with it being so enclosed is that this is probably closer to what real cows experience, you know? I gotta hit that ranch. Yeah, exactly. You get it, you get it. It's a ranch. Hit this ranch. Ranch 311. Because the other 310 flavors weren't good enough. So this is Sanchez's house. His is pretty nice. His is pretty snazzy. He just got to put a roof on this. This is Fonzie's room. Needs a ceiling. Oh no, this is Fonzie's room. He needs furniture. And then this is Sanchez's room. He needs a roof. And then we got all these chests here for him. This chest situation honestly gives me anxiety. Yeah. it's just aesthetics for him. You're not in the Nether, are you? Okay, good. Because the Nether portal was open, so I was like, I'm not locking you in anyway. Yeah, dude is stacked with chests. And then Timper lives in his basement. So this is Timper's room. And then this is his base. So he's got like his stuff here, his crops, another little lava room just for the aesthetic. And then down here is his chode tree. Yeah, I was gonna say it. Oh my gosh. A what tree? A chode tree. You heard me correctly. If you don't know what that means, you're gonna have to Google it. Google it on private browser. Um, yeah, we dug it and we were like standing back all proud. We were like, "Yeah, we did it." And then we saw like he sent me a photo of it and I was like, "It looks kind of shit. We need to go deeper." Yeah. So that's what we were digging out last night or yesterday and today. No, I don't think so. I think it's only 4. Yeah. I think it's only 4. Let me go check the forest real quick. See, and the thing is, that's probably one of the taller trees. Cause like, or I feel like that is one of the taller trees. It's just the terrain around it makes it look small, I guess. I don't know. Cause in my head it looked so much better. I didn't realize this was lowland. I said eight. It's a grower, not a shower, Noah. That's pretty good, Turkle. Yeah, I genuinely wonder how tall this tree is. I should have gotten... Because what did we say the tree was? It was like 20 something tall? Yeah, I think it was like 20 tall before you started messing with it. I don't have any... Oh, I have 46, so we can definitely tell how tall this tree is. Okay. That's why I was doing like 3, because it feels like more progress. Okay, so I'm 2 blocks high, 80. 64 minus 80 is 16. So this tree's about 20 blocks high. Wow, that's crazy. So this, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's just the room. I think it's the measurements of the room just make it look small. Because this tree's only oh, never mind. That was I'm stupid. This tree's taller than this tree is taller. Okay, that's 10. That's 20. So this is about as tall as that tree is. So yeah, this tree's another 10 blocks. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Yeah, so about 30-ish blocks high. Wait, why will this device power down? Why is this not plugged in? Is this not right? Is this not actually plugged in? What the heck? Oh, it wasn't pushed in properly. Oh no, my laptop might die. I might lose stream. Oh, thank God. Okay, it's charging. Just use angles. Just use the angles. I remember I made 100 in geometry and like as my final grade. And I was so proud of that, considering I had only substitutes the entire time. Now I've just left a dirt column and I kind of feel like an idiot. Yeah, the granite is not easy on the eyes till it's polished. I had forgotten I was 1 block away from the water Torque killed. I could have just said yes. It's fine. It stays there. I know the height of a tree. Ugh. Brother, ugh. Well, I mean, they have to pass all these floating trees because somebody refuses to finish these trees off. There was a forest fire over there. I guess it died down after the rains. There had been a forest fire on the server for a little while. Not a floating tree forest. It genuinely irks me. Like, it takes, like, not that I should be, like, completely immersed in the world to be okay with it, but it does take me out of the world. Alors, qui pabi? Oh! There you go. I whiffed! Dang it. Trying to get you as much creeper as I can. Gunpowder as I can. Is the spider gonna attack me? Where's the Enderman? See, the thing is, none of my friends play Minecraft normally. Timper leaves floating trees everywhere and then just burns them down. And then AJ refuses to build roofs on his buildings. And then the one time he built a roof, he never joined that server back again. I saw there was a creeper over here and now it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, but that's because you build into cave sides. Fuck off, spider. Ooh. I mean, a bed. Oh. That would have been crazy if that spider started fighting the creeper. The other day, I saw a zombie attack a witch, and I was like, really? This shit goes on? That's what we doing out here? Zombies boxing witches? Dude, that would have been sick, though. And I was like, hell yeah, brother. Alright, speaking of hell yeah, brother, I think I'm gonna start doing my spiel about F1. Let me just stand on my bed. If you hear Minecraft noises in the background. Yeah, the witch would throw poisons at the zombie, but apparently the zombie just would be poisoned and the witch couldn't do, like, hurt damage. I don't know. It was only throwing poisons at it. I have to clip it. And I caught it on stream, so I have to, like, post that somewhere. Ooh. Alright. Let's get into it. Intro to F1. Welcome to Intro to F1. Yes, that is what happened, Torkilled. Yeah. So the witch, you're not ready. So the witch did stand in the way. I can explain the witch story more. The witch was just chilling. Let me know when you're ready. My one student. It starts with one. Timper's gonna get a lesson even though he didn't sign up for this. He's just in the party. I wish I could draw on this. Or I wish I could show that I was drawing. You are the only waitlisted one. One of my friends said he'd join a little bit later. He just said to go ahead and start. That is actually crazy. Alright, switched over from phone to PC. Garbage cobblestone to iron ratio. Okay. Oh.
There I am.
There I am.
Hi, stream.
Hi, stream.
I need to turn it more this way. That way I'm blocking out everything else. If only I could. Oh wait, I can crop this. Actually, that's sick. Let's crop this out of the way. And, oops. Let's do more. Am I in the? I'm in the
I'm
middle.
in the middle.
Is this good framing? I don't know. Chloe's not on to tell me what's good framing and what's not. Yeah, face reveal, Noah rim reveal. I think that's good. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not centered. All right. I'm gonna go in the bottom corner. When I have a diagram, or not a diagram. I have a.
Wait, let me grab it.
I have a little car, so that way I can tell you what's going on. Oops. Thank you to Ashton, who got this for my birthday. I should probably change the color of the lights. Okay. Is that better? It's kind of hard. Oh, is it? Okay, wait. I can mess with that.
All right, there we go. I should no longer be doubled. Thank you for telling me that. Huge. Is the audio no longer doubled? Bet. All right. So I'll show you car. This is me. Hi world. I cut my hair today. We'll see how it comes out. Looks good on camera. All right, I'm gonna be really small in the corner while explaining this stuff. I'm also gonna move this over so I don't see myself twice. All right, let's start it. Intro to F1. This is an F1 car. F1 cars. So, of course, the first question is, why is it called Formula One? So, formula refers to the specifications they need to build the car. So, the main specifications are going to be, what's it called? That it's open-wheeled. Sorry, I should have notes. Anyways, the main thing is going to be that it's open-wheeled and that it has a, yeah, the main thing is going to be it's open-wheeled. And now the engines need to be a V6, but we'll talk about that later. The next question, it will be posted on the YouTube, and then I'll put a link in the Discord. This lecture will be posted. The next question is, how do you win? So at the end of the day, you want to be up on the podium. I'll explain what a podium is if you don't know what that means. You want to be spraying champagne or fizzy rose water, because in a lot of the Muslim countries, they don't allow alcohol, so they need to use fizzy rose water. And yeah, so how do you get up there? So there's kind of two ways to win. So of course, the driver on the day will be the one that wins the race. But throughout the season, you have two ways of winning. So there's the driver and the constructor. So the driver, I'm going to use me as an arrow. So whenever I'm talking about the driver, I'm going to be over. That's actually stupid. I can be Lewis. This is sick. I can be Lewis Hamilton. So the driver is the singular person that drives the car, obviously, and makes sure that, what's it called? That he needs to win that race. Wrong thing. Still working out. Oh, where's the constructor, on the other hand, is the team. So each constructor gets 2 drivers, and the driver drives for the team. So in this instance, this driver's name is Lewis Hamilton, and he drives for Ferrari. I love that I'm the laser pointer. I'm living out my true fantasies of being a laser pointer. So there are 10 constructors. So there is Stake F1. This is Aston Martin, Haas, RB, Williams, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, Alpine, McLaren. So you may be asking yourself, so like on this one, it says Aramco. So that is the petroleum manufacturer, and they just pay to have their name really big on the team's logo. So it would be Aramco. It's technically Aston Martin Aramco F1 team. I think there's another name. I can't read it. And then the same thing. Why does it do this? Why does it do that? So the car that I've been showing, if I can scroll back to my camera, the car that I've been showing is McLaren. So they are this gray team. Let me flip it so that way it's all reversed. They're this gray team right here. So McLaren is the car that they run a Chrome livery, and Google Chrome sponsors them. This was a one-off livery, so hopefully they do another one next year. But yeah, this is McLaren. So same thing with Haas. Even though it says MoneyGram, Haas just sold so that way they could be the what's it called? The names on their name when they call it the team. Kind of a similar thing. So this team, its shorthand is RB, but it's also now they want to be called VCarb. So their actual name, which is really annoying, is Visa Cash App Racing Bulls. And you might notice that their logo looks strikingly familiar to the Red Bull over here. So yeah, so RB and Oracle Red Bull. So Red Bull owns both teams. So they're both owned by Red Bull. However, they are considered sister teams, so they're not allowed to share information between the two of them. FIA watches out for that, and there's been one or two instances where it's felt like they've been, what's it called? They've kind of teamed together, but no one's really complained about it. It hasn't really come up where it's deciding championships, which is the main thing. I'm just real. So cooperating is not what they do. Excuse me, they are just owned by the same company. But they still compete against each other. So there's no cooperating allowed. So they do not cooperate. I should have made a slide about this because that actually is incredibly confusing for new people. So there are two different teams. They are, what's it called? They are completely different. They do not work together. There's no instance where they work together. There have been instances where people allege they work together, but it's never been proven, or there's never been like a real thing about it. So they don't work together. There's nobody really else on the grid that is like that. They are the only ones. Like I said, there's only 10 teams. I guess the other thing to know about RB versus Red Bull is RB is considered their junior team. So they don't have they're unlikely to win a world championship because they're getting less money than the actual Red Bull Racing from Red Bull, and that's just something that they've decided. And so this gives young drivers the opportunity to be on the grid without the pressure of being on a top team, which a lot of times is a good thing. So there's been several drivers that have come up through this system. This team used to have RB. I need to be specific. RB used to have a bunch of prior names, and so yeah, they bring in young drivers. So they're kind of a net good, in my opinion. I'm gonna crop my thing a little bit more, so that way I can point up if I need to. Boom. Yeah, I can be like this, be like RB, da 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 da. better. We're learning. Okay, I go back to the corner and we go back down. So is there any more questions about the teams? If you want me to go over the names again, I can. Oh, I guess the other interesting fact. So steak, other way. So steak is, okay, can there ever be more than 10 teams? Yes. So in a few years, I think next year actually, in 2026, the grid will grow to 11 teams. And so that new team will be an American team, which Haas is one of the American teams. And that team will be called Cadillac. I think that's it. But they're being helped out by Andretti Motorsport, if that means anything to anyone. If it doesn't, Andretti was an F1 racer, an IndyCar racer that won a world championship in F1, and then his son went on to build a racing team, taking their last name. So splitting into there, I don't think that would ever really happen with 20 teams, with only one driver, because there's a lot of history around there being two drivers for one team. So from the 1950s onwards is kind of where that comes from. And at the same time, it would be, you wouldn't have like the same ways of winning. Like I said, you need the constructor's title and the driver's title would all be tied in one. And I think they kind of like it because sometimes a driver can win the world championship like this previous year. Max Verstappen, who we'll talk about in a minute, but a driver for Red Bull won the world championship for drivers, but McLaren won the constructor's title. So there were technically two different winners. It would be a completely different vibe though, believe me. But I think the two drivers, one team kind of works out better because it gives you like you can choose to root for a team, you can choose to root for a driver. It just gives you more options. But yeah, that would be interesting. And like I said, the grid can grow. I think as of right now, the largest it can grow is up to 12 teams. And then if there's any teams that want to compete on a given weekend when it's at 12, they have to make it through qualifying in order to do that. But they can only, as of right now, accommodate 12 teams at most racetracks. So it's unlikely that they would have more than 12 teams. Okay, now we're going to talk about the drivers. So this will be the 2025 drivers lineup. This lineup includes, so for McLaren, so above, it's going to be above where, well, actually it will be above me for right now. So this driver is Lando Norris. He is the older of the two drivers. He's 25. This is Oscar Piastri. He is the younger of the two drivers. He is 21. The thing you'll quickly notice is a lot of these drivers are really young. Max Verstappen. He is the current world champion. And this is Liam Lawson. I think he's like also 20. He's barely 20. And he will be, this is his first year driving for Red Bull. This is Lewis Hamilton, and This is Charles Leclerc. Lewis Hamilton is a 7-time Drivers' World Champion. Charles Leclerc is common nickname is the Prince of Monaco because he was born in Monaco and he drives there. He recently won Monaco for the first time, which was incredible to watch, and I will probably post the clips and the clip of him winning in sports because it's such a beautiful moment and it's something that really makes you love F1. So they both drive for Ferrari. This is Mercedes. And for Mercedes, I can't tell which is which. Okay, this is George. This is George Russell. And this is Kimi Antonelli. This is Kimi Antonelli's first year in F1. And then I almost said Sebastian. Why does that say? Wait, that is not. Oh, that is Fernando Alonso. That is a weird picture. Okay, oops. This is Fernando Alonso. He is almost 40 years old or 42 years old. I can't remember. He is the oldest driver on the grid. He has 2 world championships, and he is an instigator, and we love him, and he is hilarious. This is Stroll, and I already saw somebody knows who Stroll is, which is his father owns Aston Martin Aramco racing team. And he has his seat because his dad owns the team. He's a fairly skilled driver, and I think on his day he can do well. It just hasn't been his day for the last 2 years. It's the unfortunate truth. While Alonso has been driving the wheels off the car, he's been an incredible driver. Okay, moving to RB. This is Yuki Tsunoda. He is the second driver from Japan in F1, I'm pretty sure. And this is... Oh my gosh. I know his last name is Hajar. I don't know how to pronounce his first name. I need to look that up. I should have looked that up. This is Hajar's first year in F1. And so this is kind of how I was saying this is the junior team to Red Bull. So last year, where's my finger? Okay. Last year, Liam Lawson drove for RB, and he got upgraded to Red Bull. Okay. This is Haas F1 team. And this person is Esteban Ocon and Ollie Behrman. This is Ollie Behrman's first year in F1. This is Alpine F1 team. This is a French team. Pierre Gasly, sorry. Ooh, who's the other? Oh, Jack Doohan. That's how you pronounce his name. This is Pierre Gasly, and he drove for Alpine last year. Okay, yeah. And then Jack Doohan. This is his first year in F1. Now it's going to be the teams below where I am. Okay, this is... Okay. This is Williams Racing, and for Williams it is... I'm sorry, it's because it keeps popping up. Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz drives for Williams. This is his first year racing for Williams. He used to drive for Ferrari. Sure, we'll move the whole thing. He used to drive for Ferrari and was replaced by Lewis Hamilton. Now he drives for Williams. And then this is Alex Albon. He drives for Williams the last couple of years. Why is the whole thing moving? Sorry for the poor production value. First time doing this. Can you tell? This is Nico Hulkenberg. Hulkenberg is the second oldest driver on the grid. He is known because despite being in the F1 for probably a really long time, he has never actually won a race. He has finished on the actually, no, I don't think he's even finished on the podium. I know for sure he hasn't won a race, but he's never finished on the podium. He's been very close, and we're all hoping that he gets a podium one day. He's probably not going to get a podium with this team. Sad, sad time. This is Andrea Bortoleto. That's not his name. Bortoleto. This is his first year in F1, and we're excited. So, 1, 2, 3. I lost count. 1, 2, 3. Is there one over here? 4. Thank you, Magic. No problem. Torkild has been asking questions. If you have any questions, you can just throw them in the chat. Or comments, because this is probably going to get reposted later. I might re-record it. Yeah, we're here to learn. So these are going to be the drivers for 2025. So just a recap of everything that we've learned. The F1 grid has 10 teams. Of those 10 teams, they each get 2 drivers. And the grid for 2025 is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rookies, which I think is a record, or tied for a record for the most rookies. And we're excited to see where they go. It's interesting to see how their careers progress. I almost changed the whole slide. All right. So we've talked about the teams. We've talked about that a team can win and a driver can win. Now let's talk about what winning looks like on a race weekend. So on a race weekend, you will be on the podium if you win. So if you finish first through third, you get to stand up here and spray champagne all over each other. And the first place person is awarded 25 points. So in this instance, it is... why is... There we go. Dyslexia sucks. This driver came in first. They usually put first in the middle. And he got 25 points because he won. And then in second place gets 18 points. Second place gets 18 points. And third place gets 15 points. So as you go down the grid order until 10th, you can get points. These points are tallied up at the end of the season, and they determine who wins the drivers. And then of the 2 teams, they add the driver and the what's it called? They add the so for a constructor, you add the 2 drivers together, and that's your constructor total points. So is it like when they dump Gatorade on the coach in football? Yeah, basically. And actually, I specifically put this here because sometimes every time the team with the winning driver, they will get a person to stand on the podium, and they accept a trophy for the team, and so they represent the constructor. Team or constructor is interchangeable. You can use either. And this is really the Gatorade dump right here, because oftentimes the person that wins the what's it called? The person that the team puts up there to represent is oftentimes from where the race takes place. So that's pretty cool. It is just fancy champagne. So these bottles are huge. The celebrations get kind of crazy. They're dictated by certain things. There's certain rules and restrictions, but it's a fun time. And yeah, the constructor is happy. The drivers are happy. It's always a good time. Usually there's a pretty good story for each win, because there's only so many races in a season. So the winner of that race really has to or the winner of that race will have a story for how they won or like what it'll mean for that driver. There's usually always a story behind it. Hey, Vic, thanks for joining. So, just to recap this part, the winner gets 25 points, and the second place gets 18, third, so on. I guess I can just do this. That wasn't it. Hid the wrong thing. There we go. So the winner, these are the points that each person gets from 1st to 10th. If you finish below 10th, so if you're 20th and under, you get no points. But you can steal the fastest lap. That is a possibility. That's a whole nother thing. But yeah. So like I said, a lot of the times the person that's chosen to be on the stage could be from that country. And those are pretty cool moments. So F1 is a global sport. So there are 24 races across the world. The majority of them, of course, being in Europe, and 0 races take place in Africa. So there used to be one race in South Africa, and everybody wants that race to come back, but it costs a lot of money to put on a race. It costs $1 million just to be able to be in that race, and then to be considered for a race, and then there's millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that has to go in to be able to support the millions of people. So there you will see that they're color coordinated. So the green ones are just the regular season. The first race of the season down here, how do I do this? Haha. Down here in Australia is in Melbourne, and this will be the first race of the season, which is taking place March. I forgot the dates. I think it's the 16th, March 16th. It will be taking place in Melbourne, Australia. So if you didn't know where Melbourne is, it's down there in the bottom. Then, this pink dot up here is Abu Dhabi in the UAE, and that is the last race of the season. So did I do the whole graphic for it? No, I didn't. Okay. I spent a lot of time putting arrows on different things, and I don't think I ended up saving it. Let me see if I have it. If I have it, this would be really cool, because I spent a lot of time doing it and then got scared, because I was like, nobody will care. That's not the right thing. I didn't save it. I didn't save it. That's sad. I'll have to post that somewhere. But, so they go all around the world. There's one dot here in South America, that's Brazil. And then there's 3 races in the United States. Those races are Miami, which comes first. Then Austin comes later in the season. And then, I know. I don't know why I chickened out of showing it. And then the last race in the United States is Las Vegas. You know what? I have the time. We're going to pull it up. I'm going to do the thing. I can just cut this out in editing. I can cut this out in post. I can cut all of you out in post. Whenever it decides to show me what these actually look like, that'd be great. Aha, I found it. File. Download. JPEG. Oh, no, not JPEG. I need this as a file. Download. PNG. PNG. Sure, we'll save it as that. Okay. Upload image. Browse files. Chipper. This is That's not it. This is it. Ah. Voila. Okay. So this is how the season will play out. This is kind of why I didn't want to show it, because it's actually very confusing. So this is how the season will play out. It starts... I need to put my camera in front of this. Boom. It starts all the way here in Australia, and then goes up to Japan. I'm sorry, China, then Japan, then back across to the Middle East. Then there's 2 races in the Middle East. Then it goes to Miami, then a bunch of races in Europe, and then it goes out to Azerbaijan, and then it goes down to Singapore, and then it bounces around. Oh, Singapore to Austin, Austin to Mexico City, Mexico City to Brazil, Brazil to Las Vegas, then Las Vegas being the second to last, and then the UAE Abu Dhabi being the last race. No, Magic. I wouldn't do that to you. I promise. I won't cut y'all out. So the race, this is part of the joke in F1 is that they're trying to get to net zero emissions. So they need to do carbon offsets, and most of the carbon offsets are coming from these travels around the world because they have to carry 20 shipping crates around the world, and they're incredibly expensive. And in Europe, it's probably the cheapest, but these flights from Singapore to Austin and like Las Vegas to Abu Dhabi, those are the ones that cost a lot of money and cost the environment a lot. As for drivers and teams, so they try to make it to where there are a stack of races in a row. So I think between I forget it's this way, Australia and China, there's a week. So usually if there's a long arrow, there's probably, it does look like a crime wall. If there's a long arrow, there's probably a week in between the races or 2 weeks, or even summer break. The only one where there's not a week is this Brazil one. Brazil one down here. Just missing mugshots. It's me. I'm the crime. But yes. So there is a lot of traveling. And so they try to cut down on it as much as they can. But of course, when you're racing around the world, it's hard to cut down on the traveling. But it's really cool to get to see around the world and how different people interact. Some of the best races, excuse me, one of my favorite races to watch the fans is the Japanese Grand Prix because they go full like cosplay. Like some of them will dress in full suits like the drivers, or they'll wear like hats that have full like working cars on them, like RC cars, or they'll dress up like some of the drivers they used to stream, or they still stream. And so there were a bunch of jokes during COVID that happened on their streams, and so people would dress like those jokes. And it's really incredible. It's one of the best races. If I ever go to Japan, I would do it during a race weekend and try to go see that race there. Other notable races. So in Europe, in this kind of red cluster, is Monaco. That is the oldest F1 race. It has been there since the start of F1 and even before F1 was called F1. And they started counting the records and stuff like that. So that race, it is one of the most boring races to watch, but the qualifying is one of the most interesting. And it is such a technical track now because it was made in the 50s, so it's really tight corners. And these cars are huge. They don't look like it, but this is to scale. Here, let me pull this bigger so you can see. This is to scale, and the driver right here, look how tiny he is in the rest of that car. So these cars can be about 15 to 16 feet long, I think. I have to double check the math on that because they do meters and it's kind of hard to remember. But yeah, they can be 15 feet long. So they are almost as long as normal cars. And to go around the track at 100 plus miles an hour, it is very, very hard. So yeah. Any questions about travel, where races take place? Even you, Temper, you can say something. Yeah. No. If someone does come up with a question later on, don't be afraid to ask it. I'll try to address it once I get through my spiel. So there are, oh, I forgot to mention, there are 24 races in 2025. The sheep, yeah, I have Minecraft running in the background. There are 5 different continents, 20 different countries, 750 million fans worldwide. The 750 million, I don't know how they count those. I was looking at like statistics for TV to see how many people watch a single race, and I was getting numbers from like 2 million to 2 billion. So I just gave up on that. So I'm gonna guess it's around 750 million people cheer, or at least know a bit about F1 and cheer for a certain team. So no real stats to back up that number. So if anybody questions me on it, I'll probably fold pretty quickly. But yeah, so that's the races. Now let's talk about the cars. So this is where this diagram is going to come in really handy. So we have the front wing here at the front. Then we have tires / brakes. I put brakes. I should have taken brakes off. I decided that we don't need to talk about brakes. There's the halo. We'll talk about that later. Side pods, engine, and rear wing DRS. All of these are probably the most important parts of the car, and they each come up on a race weekend for different reasons. So they each have different, what's it called, reasons. And yes, the halo does save lives. Quickly, Vic was asking which country has the most races located in it, and it would be the United States. The United States has 3. Italy is the second with 2, and every other country that is involved only has 1. So, and Italy got 2 because of historical things. So let's talk front wings. So the front wing is this part of the car. It's also called the nose of the car. It by itself looks like a little mustache. And on this car, you can see it's kind of everything above the wheels. It looks like a boat anchor from certain angles. That part, it looks incredibly flimsy and thin, but you have to remember these cars are made entirely of carbon fiber. So someone can stand on the front wing and it won't break. Which sounds crazy every single time that I hear it. Sounds crazy every single time just because of how flimsy these wings look. It does look like a rhinoceros beetle's front horn. You're right. The front wing, it is completely detachable, and it's probably the most likely part to get damage. And so they will, in a pit stop, take it off in like 10-15 seconds. It's incredibly quick, considering how important it is. So why is the front wing so important? If you can see, it's hard to show because these photos aren't the best, but these little individual blades on it, they're called louvers, and they direct airflow to the rest of the car. And it's important that the airflow get directed because airflow means downforce. downforce means you're not going to fly off the track. And we don't want drivers flying off the track. So despite it being called a wing, it's yeah, it keeps the car on the ground. It keeps the front end on the ground at least. And not only that, but it also directs the airflow either around the tires or I do look like I'm in the F1 car. Ooh. It provides better grip for the tires, but it also directs the air around the tires because tires are really bad for airflow because they kind of wobble. Because when you're driving along, because of the suspension, your wheels move kind of like this, and the tire bends because of the rubber. And so it'll move the air weird, and it'll affect the whole back half of your car, so the side pod and what they call the barge board. So everything, it's hard to show on this. And I need to make myself bigger. So it's everything kind of the orange part and that chrome bit, everything under that. You can kind of see there's like a DeWalt yellow sticker on it. That part of the car is actually there. This is just to hold it. But it directs the airflow. So yep, it provides better grip. It does all of that, and it is incredibly important on a race weekend. They will talk about how the front end steers. So after qualifying, this is the front wing. I'm sorry, yeah, before the race, the front wing is the only part that can change. You can move the louvers or the blades on the front wing, but you can't move any of the other parts. So it is the fine tuning of the car. This can make or break your race weekend, is your front wing. Any questions on the front wing? Make myself a little smaller so I fit in the cockpit. Boom. All right, I'm going to move on to the tires. So tires, they've recently moved to 18-inch rims, so there's less tire. It used to be 16-inch. And what was I going to say? Oh, so there are 5 different tires. There are from red, soft, yellow is going to be medium, white is going to be hard, green is intermediate. So if you look, there's groove. Ooh, I can't remember where my finger is. So if you look, there's grooves on this green tire. These are used exclusively for wet conditions. So if it rains or anything. And then these are called wet tires. If you ever see wet tires on a race weekend, it means it's not a very fun race weekend. And they are completely useless because the rain is so bad that the race will be called off. Or they will go for like the minimum required laps to use these, and then they will immediately switch back to inters. So, I'm sorry, intermediates. The shorthand is inters. So these are the 5 different tires you can use on any given race weekend. This is the kind of complicated part. So, of the dry tires, so the hard, the medium, and the soft, white, yellow, and red, there are 6 different compounds that Pirelli will prescribe, and those compounds range from the softest to the hardest. So what is the difference between soft and hard, you might be asking? So soft provides more speed, not necessarily control kind of, but definitely more speed. However, they break apart the fastest. So when you think of soft, medium, or hard, that refers to how long the tires will last. So the soft will give you the most grip control. Yeah, I guess that's true. Grip, speed, but they will last the shortest amount of time. So you will get maybe 10 laps out of them on a really like good weekend. Sometimes people make them last forever, but these tires usually don't show up in the race. They're mostly used for qualifying. Then you have your mediums and your hards. These are going to be used for the race exclusively. They will not be used during qualifying. I guess I should have talked about qualifying versus the race. I don't think I do that. That's actually really annoying to realize that. There will be no slide for that. So medium, hard, these tires take forever to fall apart. These can last 20 to 30 laps, and these can last like 40 plus. So yes, to answer your question, Torkild, yes, you are correct. So C1 is the hardest, C6 is the softest. You don't really need to know about that. You just need to know if they're running white, yellow, or red tires. So on the mini model, we'll go back to that. These tires are white. So can the class tell me what tires these would be? If they're white tires. They would be hard, correct. Perfect score, Magic. So yes, I'll talk about qualifying later, but yes, Torkild, to answer your question. I guess I'm really just gonna have to re-record this. I can't believe I forgot that. But anyways, qualifying is the best lap. And I need to talk about the way that works, and I need a graphic. Paying attention, professional. I appreciate you. Because it's not just that you get like a bunch of laps. There's a whole elimination and stuff that goes along with qualifying. And now there's a thing called a sprint race, which is a shorter race. And there's 3 of those throughout the year, 3 or 4 throughout the year. I have to look at that up too. And so yeah, essentially, the faster you go in qualifying, the better position you'll be in. The slower you go, the worst position at the start of the race. But these tires are all about the race strategy, how long they can go. And the diagram up here is a race strategy diagram, and you'll see these throughout the weekend. And so you see how it goes from red to yellow, back to red, and then you can see one that's white, a long strip of yellow, and then a long strip of white. So sometimes they do soft, medium, soft, hard, which gets into the next thing, which is pit stops. So you're required, most races you're required to have at least one pit stop, which is where the car comes in. I'm going to actually completely minimize myself. Which is where the car comes in, and the team around you. All of these guys, I just found this out recently, but all of these guys are not only just mechanics, they are also engineers, so they help to design the car, and they also help to get the wheels off during the race. So when we were talking about going from like soft to medium or vice versa, this is what happens during a pit stop. The team jumps in, everybody grabs one. There'll usually be 2 people, one person to grab the wheel, take it off, they hand it to a third person. That third person hands them a new wheel. They put that wheel on. A guy with a gun comes in, screws in the nut, and you've got your tire changed. So it goes unscrew, tire away, new tire in, screw back on. That's how a pit stop works. And they go incredibly fast. A good pit stop is about anything under 3 seconds. Pit stop is anything under 3.5 seconds. Anything over 3.5 is a bad pit stop. So under 2 seconds is an amazing pit stop. Anything below 3 seconds is about bang average, and anything over 3 seconds is a bad pit stop. So in F1, 3 seconds can win you a race, or it can put you just all the way at the back. Like, their time is incredibly important in F1, and we'll talk more about that whenever I talk about qualifying at the end. But yeah, what's the fastest pit stop record? So the hard part about pit stop records is in all of F1, they only go to the second decimal place. So I think it's 1.91. I can actually Google this because I want to get this right. Fastest F1 pit stop. I should know this off the top of my head. I think it's 1.91. I'm sorry, it's 1.8 seconds. That's right, McLaren broke it. And it was set by McLaren in 2023 at the Qatar Grand Prix. The pit stop occurred on lap 27 of the race, and it was McLaren servicing Lando Norris's car. So yeah, think of Luigi in Cars. When he comes in, he goes, that's exactly what they do. And it sounds exactly like that. It's and then they're done, and the car goes away. Yeah, so in 1.8 seconds was the fastest pit stop. They train like crazy. And remember, these guys aren't professional mechanics. I mean, they are professional mechanics, but they're also design engineers. They aren't just brought in as like specialties in this. They also have like advanced engineering degrees. These guys are incredibly smart. It is so cool to watch. They work out so hard to be on this team. And two of the unsung heroes are the wheel gun guy. So this guy over here who just has to sit there and try to get the gun on the right way, and then the Jackman, which is this thing. You can't really see it in this photo. I wish I'd gotten a better photo, but this is all I could get. This jack lifts the car. It obviously works like just changing a tire on your regular car. It lifts the car, and we love a good Jackman. Shout out Hugh. That's why that's there, just for that Hugh Jackman joke. But yeah, the Jackman is incredibly important. The wheel gun men, incredibly important. The guys grabbing the tires, every single person on a pit stop is incredibly important. And they work on it so that it just works like that. And when they get it wrong, it's so hard to watch. It's so hard to watch. By the way, this is a Ferrari. I should be saying the teams. Ferrari is usually in all red. And this is their pit stop. They were one of the fastest for a while. Then Red Bull took it, and now McLaren has it for the last couple of years. So the next thing we're going to talk about, if you remember the order, it is the Halo. It is this beautiful device. Here, wait, let me grow. There we go. This beautiful device that is black right here. And that is the Halo. It is a safety feature. It's made out of titanium. It is meant to withstand thousands of pounds of pressure. It is a mandated piece of equipment, and every year we are so thankful that the FIA thought of this. Your uncle used to work at a pit stop crew in Miami. That's cool. I assume for NASCAR, because the Miami race is brand new. But that's so cool. NASCAR mechanics are crazy. They like jump over walls and have cars flying at them. They're actually nuts. And they have to change all 4 tires. So, there's not as many people in a NASCAR pit crew. So that's crazy cool. But again, back to the Halo quickly, so that I get all the facts that I remember. So the Halo is incredibly important. It's a safety feature. It's mandated by the FIA, which is the governing body of F1. The halo came into existence after a driver it was two different things that happened. One was a spring or a piece, I think it was a spring. Something fell off of another F1 car. I can't quite remember what. And it flew back and hit the driver square in the helmet and knocked the driver unconscious. Thankfully, the the driver was okay. There's also been incidents in the past where, yeah, tires have come off and it didn't decapitate the driver, but it did knock the driver out. Thankfully, there weren't a lot of that. But the one that was the most tragic, oh my gosh, I can't remember his name. Sorry, let me look this up. It was Jules Bianchi. He was a French driver. He was driving, I think, in one of the lower divisions. But he was set to be like an F1 driver. He unfortunately crashed into a tractor. And so the car, if this is the bottom of the tractor, the car just went under because these cars are incredibly low to the ground. And so he died instantly going under the tractor. And it was his death and the spring coming back that the FIA said we cannot just have the drivers sitting there because before the car was bare, there was no halo. We can't just have the drivers sitting there. So they tested a windscreen. They didn't feel like it fit the aesthetic. They developed this. So like this blade right here at the front, it disappears in the driver's vision and it blocks incoming things. What's it called? It deflects incoming objects and it completely disappears. So if you put your finger kind of close to your eyes, you can see how you can look past it and you can still see clearly. Like I can still read what Torkild said. Despite my finger being here, you can even put your full hand and it still just disappears. So that's exactly what happens with the driver. It's put at such distance that your two eyes can converge and they can still see in front of them. It was an incredibly intuitive design. Quickly, I'm going to talk about the things that the Halo has saved. So all of these crashes, the driver walked away completely safely. I'm actually going to hide my... no, I'll keep it up. They walked away completely safely. These two images over here are from the same accident. So this is the after picture of what happened. What essentially happened is the car skid into a barrier, and as it did, it flew in sideways, and it was cut in half just behind the driver, as you can see. So there's like a small titanium tub that they sit in, and just behind the titanium tub, it cut in half. It lit the fuel on fire. It burst into a fireball. If you've ever seen the show, if you want to watch it, it's on Drive to Survive. I can't remember the season. It's incredibly harrowing to watch, and I remember watching it live and thinking, I've just seen somebody die, and the guy jumped out of the car thanks to the halo because it was still there. He was able to grab it with his gloves and lift himself out despite having a broken leg, and was able to exit the car safely. And thanks to quick thinking fire marshals who sprayed right where he was, he got out and only had minor burns on his hands. So F1 has come a long way with safety. Not a similar incident, but an incident with Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen happened. These two came together. Lewis Hamilton's car went under Max's, and you can kind of see it in this image, but it's really hard to see because it's small. But Lewis is under there, and the tire is resting just above his head on the halo. Who knows what that could have done? It could have crushed his head. It could have done a million different things. We don't know, but thankfully the Halo is there to save him. And then the last one, and probably one of the most, I hate to say spectacular, but it really was incredible to watch, was Zhou Guan Yu's crash last year. 2 years ago? No, last year. The car did a full flip and skid for what seemed like forever at the time. And he walked away okay. Shaken, completely shaken up, but he was okay. And so F1 has lost a lot of drivers because of incidents similar to these, where drivers have literally died. And finally, F1 started taking safety serious. And because of that, these drivers are alive today. And we're so thankful for that, because nobody should die for our entertainment. So that's the Halo. On to something that's less sad and actually really cool. So this is going to be the science part. We do everything here. So F1 is incredibly science intensive. Excuse me. It's completely based on physics. There's a story about how an F1 car has enough downforce that it could go upside down on a tunnel, and it would be able to drive upside down because of the downforce that it exerts onto the floor. The new cars, however, while they also have downforce, they have what's called the Venturi effect. So think of this as an upside down wing. So the wing drives along, it creates a low pressure system underneath it, and it creates a vacuum in this red part. And because of that, the air rushes in to try to fill it, and it pulls the car along and down. And so the car rides incredibly low to the ground and is essentially sucked, vacuum sealed down to the tarmac. So that's a side pod that does that directs the airflow to those elements under the car. So it's going to be that orange and chrome bit of this car, the bottom chrome bit, not the top one, but this orange and this chrome. So this bit of the car is a side pod, and that is where the underwing is. But now it's the floor, so of course it's a screwdriver. But on the floor, there's little cutouts where the air is channeled through, and it creates a vacuum. And so the car is able to drive along and stay on the ground despite going like 100 miles an hour into a corner. However, it does put a lot of G-forces on the driver. The engine. So when you get into F1, there'll be a lot of talk about the engines. Oh, I guess, are there any questions about the Venturi effect? Sorry, about this side pod? Any questions about the Halo either of those? No? Okay. The engine. So if you do have a question, I'll get to it. I promise. Even if I say I'm moving on, you can type it in. I'll still read it. So right now the engine is a V6 battery, and you're like, a V6? My American brain needs at least 8 cylinders to go. Wow. You know? Well, these V6 engines put out upwards of 1,000 horsepower. They're incredibly tuned. They're turbo, so they have the little spinny things. They look like snails. And if you don't know what any of that means, then you probably don't care what an engine is. But essentially, these engines are incredibly well tuned. They are put under such extreme pressures that they'll only last about a third of the season. Under perfect conditions, they'll last a third of the season. Under race conditions, they could fall apart after just like a couple of races. The engine is incredibly important. So a turbo versus a supercharger. So a turbo takes in cold air and pushes it into the engine, whereas a supercharger compresses cold air. So a turbo has to spin, so you have to reach a certain speed for a turbo to work. That's why you'll hear like RPMs and stuff talked about turbos, whereas a supercharger it just sucks the it just sucks the air in. I probably should have done the difference, but yeah, essentially that a supercharger will work from like 0 revs to like 5,000, whereas a turbo will work from 5,000 to infinity. It will just help with the power output. They do make different noises. A turbo is usually a little bit more of like a whiny. You'll hear that, whereas a supercharger is more of like a lower hum, I think. I'm not the biggest nerd when it comes to supercharging versus turbo, so if anybody knows anything different, you can say that. You can say I'm completely wrong. Yeah, clipped, of course. But yeah, essentially the turbo helps at higher RPMs, which is important for these cars because the repetitions per minute can get upward of 10,000. So in my usual driving, most of the time my car's hovering around 4,000. These cars are going much faster than that, and then when you add in gear ratios, it's crazy, astronomically faster. They have to be going 100 miles, or they have to be going. I think the fastest F1 car has ever reached is 213, and that doesn't sound fast, but if you've ever gone 100, it's crazy. I do kind of know what VTEC is. That is. Let me double check. It's only showing me toys. I googled VTEC and it's literally just showing me toys. I think it's Honda that does that. Yeah, cars Honda. There we go. Okay. So a VTEC, essentially, it is what I thought it was. So there's a there's going to be a lot of thingies in this explanation of it, but it essentially means that your pistons open more. There's more air going in so that fuel is burned more efficiently. So it works kind of under the same principles as a turbo and a supercharger. However, the way it achieves it is differently. So the piston goes lower. So you know how in a car, it's going to look weird, so I'm just going to do it. You know how there's those things that kind of go up and down like this, and they're in like a cylinder thing? Imagine this is a full circle, and then this is going... That's definitely clipped. So you know how it goes up and down? The cylinder lowers and it sucks in more air so that way more fuel is burned. Yeah, and it marked this as NSFW. I'll see y'all on the forums. So no, I don't think you need to be at higher RPMs. I think it works at lower and higher. That's how it's able to be more fuel efficient, regardless. But VTEC has more to do with the pistons than it does, whereas a turbo is just the air intake. It is extremely scary. I have allegedly gone 140 miles an hour, but we're not going to talk about that. It is terrifying. The car is shaking. Cars are not meant to go that fast. Most road cars are not meant to go that fast. Do not go that fast. Your life is not worth achieving a number. That being said, it is incredibly terrifying. And so these guys are going 213, so they're going 60, 70 miles over that. My Yaris makes it to 100 theoretically. Yeah. So VTEC has more to do with the pistons, whereas a turbo has more to do with the air intake going into your engine. And so both work to burn fuel more efficiently. Um, and part of that, because like I said, it's a turbo hybrid on this little red part right here, the turbo hybrid 1.6 liter V6. So essentially, there is an electrical motor. Yeah, that theoretically needs to be in all uppercases. Um, so this battery right here, it helps to spin the turbo. So even though you'll be at like 1,000 RPM, the turbo will already be working. And that's achieved through the battery. And then when you're already going along, it will spin the turbo faster. So there's a tiny motor somewhere around here-ish that connects to the turbo, and that it's an electrical motor and it spins it faster. So while the travel to all of these different countries is incredibly carbon intensive, the cars themselves on a given race weekend cannot refuel. I'm sorry, during a race cannot refuel. So as much gas as you go out there with, that's all that you have. There's no refueling. It's not like NASCAR where they come in and there's like a hose, or now I think it's like a funnel. Um, but yeah, they just straight up go out there with as much gas as they take. Do they all have the same engine? Great question. No. So right now there are, let me double check. Mercedes, Ferrari, Alpine, Honda, Red Bull. Does that sound right? Mercedes, Ferrari. There are four engine constructors. So if you think about that, there's four engine constructors and there's 10 teams. So if you don't manufacture your own engine, you're known as what's called a customer team. So you have to buy the engine from another team. So you would buy it from Ferrari. Mercedes is the most popular choice. Ferrari has two teams that drive it. Red Bull slash Honda has two teams that drive it. And then Alpine, nobody wants that engine. um, so there, and Alpine's engine is actually going to shutter, and then Audi's going to come in, and then Cadillac. So eventually in the future we'll have five. Right now we have 4.5 or 3.5 really. Technically four, but yeah. So that is why the engine is incredibly important, and those customer teams will shop around. It's rare, but the reason they shop around is because sometimes your engine doesn't fit. So in the model car, the McLaren has a Mercedes engine. So sometimes you'll see on like when they list the scores at the end of the race, it will say McLaren Mercedes. They're talking about the engine. And do changes to the vehicle have to get some sort of approval from the FIA. So if it's so they have this thing called Parc Ferme. So after the third free practice, or just before qualifying, the cars are locked in. So nothing can be changed on the car except for the front wing. The blades can be changed, the angle of them. Everything else is locked in. If you break something, so like say this has happened a couple of times. Say I'm trying to think of a part that they've replaced that I've seen them replace. Oh, there was a very famous incident where the cover, so like where it says chrome on the car at the top here, this whole cover flew off. And so the team raced the car back in and screwed a new cover back on it. That didn't technically need FIA approval because the FIA could see that it was hindering the car, but they still had to ask. So if anything else breaks on the car, they have to ask whether or not they can do that. If a front wing breaks, they can change that. if you crash the car, you have to survey the damage and then give a list of all the things. So like, say in qualifying, you spin out, you crash, your like side pod's broken, there's engine parts that are broken. Every piece has to be listed, and they can only change those parts. And someone from the FIA will be in the garage monitoring which parts go into the car. I'm not 100% certain, but a lot of the times the baggies that they bring out have barcodes on them. They have to scan each barcode so that way there's a digital list to match the physical list for the FIA. And now it's all digital, so there's no physical list anymore. But the digital list will be updated every time they scan one of those pieces. So great questions, Torkild. How about between seasons? Do engines make changes to the car, or do those changes need FIA approval? So during a season, in the off season, you only have to meet the regulations. So each year, the FIA will set out, I should have talked about this in the first slide, will set out a set of regulations that the car must be complicit. It will be like a weight limit, it will be the halo, it will be the front wing, all of the front wing dimensions, everything we've talked about basically, the wheels, the tires are given to them. Tires are given, so they don't have to worry about that. The halo is also given to them, but every piece of the car is designed by almost every piece of the car is designed by the constructor of that car. So I'm trying to get back to this one photo. So every piece that we're going to talk about here is designed, minus the tires, is designed, and the halo, sorry. Tires and halo are not designed by the team. But everything else, the front wing, the engine, the side pods, the rear wing, is all designed by the team. So that is why I love F1, because no team to team, the car is not the same. And on a race weekend, the front wing's blades may even be different between the two drivers just on how they like the car to feel. So it is incredibly science intensive. All of the stuff on an F1 car is there for a reason. And anything that doesn't need to be there won't be there. They will take it out. So yeah, going back to Red Bull is a different team to RB. I should call it VCarb. If I say RB again, say bad Noah, and I will apologize. RB is a different team, so RB has to design their own car on their own. They may get a few parts from an older version of the Red Bull, but other than that, they can buy those parts. So you can buy parts from other teams, but they have to be from the season before, and then they have to be built up to specifications for that season. There's a whole thing behind it, but essentially, no. Red Bull builds their car, RB builds their car. There is no sharing of information between the two of them. The two cars are kept separate. Kind of there's a separation. My team, McLaren, unfortunately, in the early 2010s was caught stealing information from Ferrari, and they were fined $40 million, and it essentially killed the team for about 8 years. So teams do not want to do that. It might be 100 million. Oh, it was in 2007. They were fined $31 million. Oh, they received 100 million. However, McLaren only paid about 31 million. So there is a really, really big incentive for you not to do that. Now there's a cost cap, and so the teams can only spend 125 million on the car. 125 million dollars. So if you got fined 100 million, your season's done. You're probably not going to be a team at all. Um, so yeah, that there's a huge, huge incentive to not share information. So RB and Red Bull ostensibly are two separate teams. It wasn't. No, 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 no. They didn't. Yeah. Well, so if you crash a car costs approximately. Uh, yeah, it's about 1.5 million is about the cost of each car. So, if you crash it, there's always going to be parts you can salvage. You'd be surprised. Like I said, the pit crew, they are incredibly smart. They are really good engineers. They can fix a lot of things. Some things they just can't fix. Um, like in where is it's a few more up, isn't it? Yep. So in whoops, wrong thing moved. Don't move, please. In the one above me where Max is on top of Lewis, those are like best case scenario crashes. Both cars are somewhat scratched up, but it's just a little bit of carbon fiber. So it's probably like 30K in damage, which sounds like a lot, but considering you could also have a literal fireball of a car, this is a total write-off, obviously. Um, Oh, wow, I didn't even notice that before. If you see right here, this is the wheel. This is their steering wheel. It is completely burned. So this crash was 1.5 million. Just poof, gone. In a fireball. But thankfully he's alive. So we're happy for that. And then this car also, this crash looks horrible, but probably almost everything on the car could be salvaged other than maybe a couple of pieces of the engine. Um, so, yeah, these cars are incredibly durable despite like them seeming to break apart. You have to remember they're braking at 100 and some odd miles an hour under incredible forces. So, yeah. Any other questions about anything that we've covered, or if anybody has something that they want to just ask that they think is coming up before I talk about the rear wing? Anything else that I need to talk about? Oh, there is something else I need to talk about the engine. The battery. We got so bogged down in the V6 that I forgot to talk about the battery. So the battery pack can add up to 100 more horsepower to the car. There's no real defined way to say horsepower to speed, but essentially, more horsepower means more speed. And this battery, like I said, it helps to spin the turbo, which in turn makes the engine go faster, which in turn makes the car go faster, so on and so forth. These batteries are probably what's keeping F1 alive right now in terms of constructors, because this technology is being used for hybrids throughout the world. Like I said, Honda and Mercedes are and Alpine technically are three companies that all build engines for F1, and they also happen to build hybrids. I say happen, but obviously, if they weren't able to take the science from this battery, they probably wouldn't want to build an engine that they're not going to be able to put on the road. As hybrids become more and more needed throughout the world, and some places are outlawing internal combustion engine, solely internal combustion engines altogether. Um, so yeah, hybrid power is the future, and uh, F1 is also working with like Shell, um, the any oil company you can imagine. They're incredibly invested in F1 to try to figure out if they can make a fuel work for them, because then they can turn around and sell that fuel to regular customers and keep internal combustion engines going for however long. So they're trying to find sustainable fuels, which is part of the pledge of net zero that F1 has. I'm going to drink water. Any more questions? No? Okay, we'll talk about the rear wing. If you do have a question and you're typing it, I'll get to it, like I said. I don't mind going back to read it. I want internal combustion. Internal combustion engines. How could I forget? There used to be very lax engine regulations. Now it specifies a V6 1.6 liter turbo hybrid. There used to be more lax engine regulations in the 1950s. So a couple of cars had V12s, V10s, basically any engine that could run the distance. V10s and 12s tended to be the more popular one. V8, I think, is the most used throughout F1 history. And so the engine specifications for that, but there was a V, I'm sorry, was it a V or a W? I think it was a V. A V12 engine. No, I already said V12. There's a V16. They essentially took two V8s and just smacked them together and turned it into one engine. Apparently, it sounds nuts. I've never heard it, but apparently, it sounds amazing. A V10 sounds like hell has broken loose. It's a beautiful sound. It's the best sound you've ever heard. If you look it up, I highly recommend listening to the differences between a V10, V8, and V6. There is something about a V10 that just makes you go, I like this. This is wonderful. There's also I said V10. V8 was used most recently. If you've ever seen a Red Bull show car, which I actually have photos of and I could pull up, but I won't do that right now. A V8 show car, those cars, or Red Bull has a show car. That car runs on a V8. It is incredibly loud. It is so hard to have a conversation. There was a singular one in downtown Dallas when I went to go see it. It was so loud, so loud. But it was so cool to watch. But yeah. So there's a podcast called Bring Back V10s. That's probably not going to happen because again, everybody wants hybrid technology. But V10s sound insane. Highly recommend looking that up. Yeah, the Red Bull one. Yeah, Vic went to go see that with me. By the way, Zero Tango's Vic. Vic did go see that with me, and it was pretty fun. Yeah, the Red Bull show car that we went to go see in downtown Dallas was a V8. And do you remember how loud that was? It was so cool, but it was so loud. It was so loud. Dang it, I should have done that. Okay. Enough about engines. I could rattle on forever about engines. Let's talk about the butt. The bunda. What's another word for butt? Temper. I think Temper left. This is sad. Let's talk about the rear wing. The bunda of the car. So you may be asking yourself, Noah, why is the bunda important? Well, one, because it completes the aesthetic. Buns, nice. Type whatever word you use for butt in the comments. And can't wait to use that on a YouTube video. You may also be asking yourself, why is there a slit here? So this slit is probably one of the most important things in the car. It is called the DRS, the drag reduction system. It is used by the car. If you look on the model, let me make myself big. On the model, the rear wing, you see how there's that little black L kind of thing? That, this way, that is called the DRS. It opens up, if you imagine like this is the rear wing, it opens up like a letterbox and it goes poop. And this cuts down how much downforce, which another word for downforce is drag, how much drag is on the car. So that's why it's called the drag reduction system. And it pops up and it reduces the drag and air can flow through and the car goes a little bit quicker. Because while downforce keeps you down, it also creates more friction on the tires, and more friction means less joy, less moving forward. So there will be what are called... Oh no, did I... Oh, I did. No, that's not it. I didn't upload it. No! I have to do it. Wait. Ah! Haha, did it. There are what is called DRS zones. So it's hard to see in this diagram, so I'm going to make the diagram a bit bigger. But essentially, there are these green dotted lines all around the track. So this is what a normal track layout would look like. There are these green dotted lines. These are called DRS zones. So there's two things you need to know about the DRS. One is it opens like a little letterbox, and two, DRS detection, and when do you get to be in DRS mode. It is only on specified portions of the track, so the green little areas. And they are usually, the fastest areas of the track. A DRS detection zone. So you need to be within 1 second of the car ahead of you in order to get DRS, because DRS is used to overcome what is called dirty air. Hi, Permafrost. What is called dirty air. And so dirty air is instability. I'm going to go back to the diagram, this small miniature. It's me again. So dirty air is instability in the air. So if you imagine if I hit this car, it's obviously going to go like that. But if I just go like that, it's going to slide over the car. But if I'm spinning, it's going to make the car wobble. And so that is what happens with dirty air. Is it's air coming in, it's dirty, it makes the car wobble. Clean air just means it slides right over and the car doesn't move as much. Yeah, Noah face reveal. I shaved for y'all. I hope y'all enjoy. So is it manually activated? Timber, what do you use? What's another word for butt? I said bunda. Another word for butt? Okay, yeah, ass would work too. I forgot. It's my little F1 car. It's a McLaren. It's lovely. I love it. Thank you, Ashton. Did you... So cheeks. Ooh, good one. So DRS. So DRS is to overcome this dirty air effect, because if there's less downforce, if there's less stuff that this air is having to hit, then there's less likely that it's going to make the car wobble or less stable. I'm actually surprised that worked out as well as it did. But yeah, so it opens up and there's less air hitting the car, so it just passes through and it goes faster. So it's to help you catch and pass the person in front of you. So there's been this thing recently, which is kind of controversial, because obviously you want to be within that 1 second margin at this point in the track, right? You want to be within 1 second of your opponent. But if you're the car in front, you don't want that car to be within 1 second. So you need to do one of two things. You can either use your battery power. Oh, and you can activate your battery power throughout the race. You can use your battery power to try to go faster, but obviously your opponent is going to also try to go faster to catch you. So you're going to try to use your battery power if it's like close to 1 second to try to get out of that window. Imagine the screen is the window of 1 second. But if you're like here within that window, the more you know. So many things going on in my head right now. You have a Lego F1 car? Oh, that's cool. So the closer you are to this slipstream, yeah, the car behind you is also going to get, but in the slipstream, you get the dirty air. So it's both working for you that there's less air hitting you, but then at the same time, it's dirty. So it's making your car unstable. So following a car into a corner is tough, which is what DRS tries to help overcome. So you're in this window. What you can do as the lead car is slow down. And if you get yourself close to this car, close enough to your opponent within this window, you can get DRS and your opponent cannot. And you can deny your opponent DRS, which is hilarious. So there have been instances where a car, this is the opponent and this is the car will slow down and both cars will try to slow down because they're both trying to get DRS over the other car because it is that efficient. Um, and the and the there have been times in races where rather than trying to go fast, the cars are trying to go slow and both of them hit the brakes and it looks silly and it's kind of awful and the FIA is trying to find a way around that. But as long as we have these cars that are just so big and so dependent on downforce, it is unlikely that we'll see the death of DRS. Um, Permafrost said that her Lego F1 car is drowned out by the dinosaurs, and I think that's hilarious because dinosaurs make an F1 car go. It's the circle of life, guys. Um, so so that's the like quick version of DRS. Are there any questions about it? Dragons too. This is pretty much the last slide. So if you have any questions over any of the stuff, if you joined late, I'll even just take your random questions that I might have answered. How heavy can an F1 car be? So they try to hit the minimum, which I think it's like 550 kilograms, so about 1,000 pounds, give or take a couple of pounds, about 1,100 pounds actually. And that also counts towards, or your driver also counts towards the what's it called? Your driver also counts towards the minimum weight. So as a driver, you are being held contractually to a certain weight standard, which is incredibly tough because you also need to be strong enough to overcome the G-forces when you turn into a corner. If you've ever turned really quickly, you'll kind of feel yourself move in the seat. Those are G-forces. In an F1 car, you can get up to like 3 G-forces just on a turn. So 2 to 3 times your weight. So your head weighs about what, like 10 pounds? And so it'll all of a sudden turn into 30 pounds. So if you ever see an F1 driver, they will have a massive neck. They will have huge neck muscles. I'm glad you pointed that out too. So Torkill got there before I did. There's another question on Twitch, which was, my explained blurred exploded with the DRS zones. Yes. I bet they stay in shape. They definitely do. Drivers do. Permafrost on YouTube said, hear me out real quick. Plastic toys are real dinosaurs. Low key, yes. The material used to make plastic is derived from fossil fuels. Yep. So toy dinosaurs are made of dinosaurs. This is made of dinosaurs. So many things are made of dinosaurs. I do need a slide of drivers' necks. It's actually kind of crazy. how big their necks are. But yeah, so they have to withstand 30, 40 pounds. And that's under good conditions. If your car spins out, a light crash is anything under 50 Gs. So when your car hits the wall, in that instant, you could be put into forces 50 times your normal weight. So your head can weigh as much as 500 pounds. It can black you out. So they need to have neck muscles so that when they hit the wall, they don't black out or snap their neck. Just nuts. I got permafrost on dinosaurs because I said, and now that's all that's being said on YouTube is dinosaurs. No, I'm perfectly fine with that. Was there any other questions? I was trying to see how heavy can you be? Slipstream, my brain exploded with DRS. The neck muscles, you need a slide of drivers' necks. Yeah. I guess I should talk about the race weekend. So, let me take a picture. Hi, Lalo. I hope y'all are enjoying it so far. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Magic. Uh, too bad it doesn't count towards my major. I know. Well, you can study engineering and then it will actually count towards your major. You can go get work experience because they're always hiring engineers. Was there something else? Oh, I was going to show you the DRS effect. Look, this is the DRS effect, guys. Are you ready? Are you excited? I forgot I needed to make myself smaller. It didn't appear. Where? Oh, right. Look. So you remember how earlier I said Japanese fans love to dress up? This is what I meant. Look at this guy. That's on his head. He wears that the whole race. So that is how a DRS works. It's a little slot that just opens up. We stan Japanese fans. I am streaming right now, Lalo. Your voice isn't coming through though. I just have it to me. Just worked on factory lines and fixed machines. Yeah, I'm teaching a class on F1. I know, Permafrost. I love when you talk about dinosaurs. It's so fun to watch people talk about their passions. Which obviously you can see me passionate about F1. But we stan Japanese fans. Was there something else that I had to show y'all? That's the map. For those that joined late, this is the map of every F1 race in order. So we go Melbourne, China, Japan, Middle East. Can't remember what race is what. Just my chat. They're on Twitch and Vic is actually in the chat. How's my Minecraft server at the moment? So yeah, so to anyone that doesn't know, in the background, Minecraft is running, and I've just been standing here so that way Timper could build his stuff. That's pretty good. Apparently Timber was asleep and was mining. So that's crazy. I guess let me see if there was anything else. So a race weekend let me get myself back to the sure, let's do this. So this is the F1 car. I think it's the same year as the one that I have. It's just a different livery. So the colors on the car are called a livery. They just had a livery reveal. I'm gonna do that in a video as well and talk about the different liveries and how I feel about them. So look for that on YouTube. My YouTube chat's down here. That's why. From ostrich racing. I just see the first part and it says from ostrich racing is such a developed sport. From ostrich racing to F1. That's an incredible comment, and I will have to read that aloud in a second. So a typical race weekend, you have 3 free practices, so you can move any of the parts on the car that you need to, and those practices don't count towards anything. You can also adjust the fuel. So like I said, in a race, you can't adjust the fuel. In qualifying, you can't adjust the fuel. So that is free practice, so it's just like it sounds, free. It's also how drivers sight the track. So they will look at the surface of the track and talk, and they will be able to see bumps. Hey, I'm gonna leave the party just because I can't think in both text and stuff. I love you guys in the party. I'll be back in a minute. Sorry. So they will look at the surface of the track and see if there's any bumps that might have, what's it called? They will look for bumps. They will look for the surface if there's like bits of it that are more like grittier than other parts of the surface. There is a whole like art to figuring out where the racing line is on any given circuit. As the week goes on, there gets more and more of the tires. The tires eventually start to break apart and get onto the road. So I'm pretty sure most of y'all drive. So when you're driving, you know how there's like kind of grooves in the road, like almost you can imagine the grooves where everybody else's tires have gone. That happens on an extreme level in F1. So much so that you can have like a huge advantage just racing on that line. Yeah, so they call it the wear of the tire. Good word. Good vocab word. Good vocab word. Dang, I sound like a teacher. So they will do that. And also the temperature. So like the races are all around the world. When they get to the Middle East, it's so hot that they have to do night races. And even then, it's still incredibly hot. Because it's an international sport, they use centigrade, and I don't know my conversion table, but it can range from like 20 centigrade, or not 20, sorry, 30 to 40 centigrade. So like 90 plus, essentially, in Fahrenheit in the night races, even though it's like the middle of the night and it's as cool as it's gonna get, but it's because it's in the desert. What else is there? So after the 3 free practices is qualifying. Qualifying is your chance to set yourself in the racing order. So you can set yourself up for a win here. The points don't count, so ignore the points, but the fastest person gets the what's called pole position. So the fastest person in qualifying is called sitting on pole. Now, the way that qualifying works, this one's very complicated to explain, so I need to type something out so that this way it makes the most sense. So the first 5, or sorry, no, I don't know what just happened. I deleted a bunch of stuff. I need to undo. Yeah, doing this live is not the right way to do this. So the slowest 5 drivers out of all 20 are eliminated in the first round of qualifying. There's then a second round of qualifying, so that is 15 drivers. The slowest 5 of those 15 are eliminated, and their positions are stuck. And then there is the last 10. And the last 10 all go out and try to race, and they all try to shoot for first through 10th. And at the end of the day, the fastest lap wins. There's a lot of controversies about it. I wish I had made a slide for this. This might need to be addressed. It needs to be addressed more. There's a lot of questions that are going to be left here. It's because I don't have a slide and I can't visually show it, and I'm a very visual person. You had a Lego race demo derby with my siblings? That's sick. But yeah, it's kind of Squid Games. They get eliminated, they have to sit out, they have to go talk to the media. If you're in like a good team, that is one of the hardest things to be eliminated in Q1. Qualifying 1 is they shorten it to Q1, and then there's qualifying 2 and qualifying 3. Qualifying 3 is the top 10, and that sets the top 10 order. Usain Bolt in his prime slams all of these racers. In the first I think it's the first 50 meters, Usain Bolt was faster than an F1 car. So that's actually crazy. Like, for 50 meters, for a good 100 feet, Usain Bolt is faster than an F1 car. That's crazy. And then if he's doing like, so on longer races, the 200, technically in the middle, like if you take the middle of the 100 meters, I think he's faster for like 75 meters to 80. It's something like that because you have longer to run. So yeah, that's kind of cool. Usain Bolt is actually faster for 50 meters or 100 feet, something like that. I don't know conversions. Is there just a double click to add text on my forehead right now? No. Okay, good. Nobody can see that. There is. Shit. Now I have to find that. Okay, there it's gone. So after qualifying, the race happens, and the race is all 20 drivers out on the track. They go for they have to go for more than 100 miles, at least, and so that can depend track to track how long it is. So I think the longest track is Imola, and that one's like 1.3 miles. So, or I'm sorry, almost 2 miles. It's like 1.7, and the shortest is like Monaco with 1.3. So they're doing between 80 to 50 laps. Really 60. It's between 60 and 80 essentially. I think there's only one race where it's 54 or something, 56. So high 50s, and 80. So, a typical race is mandated to last. The longest a race can last now is 3 hours, and you might be going, well, why would a race take 3 hours if they're only going 100 miles and they're going well over 100 miles an hour? Rain. Rain sucks. Weather happens. If it rains, the race takes longer because they might stop or they're just going slower, that kind of thing. And at 3 hours, no matter what, the race will end. Depending on how far along in the race they are, these points can change. So if they go half the race distance, the points count for half. If they go 3/4, it counts for full. I don't know what it is between half and a 3/4. They have math for that, and I don't know that math off the top of my head. And the what's it called? So yeah, they can go for a lot of laps. It's tough, grueling conditions sometimes. Like I said, it can be 40 degrees centigrade out on the track, so like 100, and then in the car it'll be like 48, which is like 110, 115. It is tough driving. They're getting whipped around. There's been a couple instances where people have said they've had the flu and they do it. They're incredible athletes. Anybody that says a driver in F1 is not an athlete does not know what they're talking about. It is incredibly tough. So yeah, so that's pretty much a race weekend. And then at the end, you have the podium. Why did I do that? You have the podium celebration. If I can get my face out of the way, where you're given a trophy if you're first through third, and you get to celebrate. And spray either champagne. In non-Muslim countries, in Muslim countries, it's sparkling rose water. Because Muslims, a lot of Muslim countries don't allow alcohol, and so to just avoid it and be polite, they said, let's just do sparkling rose water, which I think is pretty cool, because F1 tries to be as inclusive as possible. Right now, there's a huge, huge push to, I know for us, I watched that rabbit hole live. There's a huge push to get women into F1. As you can tell, it's a very male-dominated sport. Let me try to pull up the drivers again. It's a very male-dominated sport. Some people think a woman in F1 is unlikely, or is not ever going to happen. I think it's unlikely within the next 5 years. In the next 10 to 15, it becomes possible. In the next 20 to 25, I think it's very likely. The reason for that is because girls are often not started out in F1. So if you look at all of these drivers' careers, they will have started when they were like between the ages of 3 and 4 racing. So a lot of times, because of gender norms, girls aren't pushed into racing. And so obviously the younger you are, the better you will be in the future when you start at something. And because girls aren't pushed into it at an early age, it's unlikely that they would. There are a few girls right now that have Instagrams and they are under the age of like 7 and are racing, and they are incredible and they could end up in F1 if they keep with it. It's entirely possible. And so that's why I was saying it is probably within 20 years, I am fairly certain we will have a woman in F1, or at least pushing F2, which is a lower series, and you don't need to worry about that. How old was Verstappen when he started? So Verstappen is the youngest to start an F1 race. I think he was 18 and 275 days old when he started F1. When he started karting, I don't know, but he was definitely like 3 or 4. 3 or 4 is usually the age that you'll see. Probably the one that started the latest, but went on to be a world champion. Also, if you notice, there is a pretty common theme among these drivers. The majority of them are white Europeans. RB is the most diverse team, with a person from Japan and a person from the Middle East. I'm not really sure where Hajar is from. He might be from at least Middle Eastern descent. I know Yuki Tsunoda is like from Japan. Lewis Hamilton was the first person of color to win a World Drivers' Championship in F1. And since then, no other person of color besides white European males have won. So it's a very exclusive sport. The other thing is, with the exception of Lewis Hamilton again, most of these people, their parents are bankers. Their parents are fairly well off, because it is incredibly expensive. I think they said to race in one of the lower divisions. So the pyramid is karting, then F3, then F2, then F1. And just for karting, it's like 10, 15K a year, and that's like at the 3-year-old level. When you get into where you're having to go around the world or around just Europe, um, it can easily spiral into $100,000 a year that you're having to put in to race. And Lewis Hamilton is one of the most prized drivers and one of the most beloved because he is the exception to almost all of those rules. His father was working class. His father worked 2 jobs to get him in that seat. And not only that, but he ran with it. And now he is tied for the most world championships at 7. So those are kind of the shortcomings of F1, and I hope to see more diversity. I think we will see a lot more diversity in the future, at least among males, and with women, it's coming along. There are feeder series now. There's an F1 Academy, which is exclusively for women and girls who will one day maybe produce an F1 driver. But there's a lot of building blocks that takes, like I said, getting girls to start early. But where there have been a lot of improvements, actually, and one of the brighter spots is in the team. I think Red Bull, I know for sure Red Bull's chief strategist, is a woman. A lot of the engineers are women. Obviously, STEM is a big push for women in general, so we're starting to get diversity in that. Lewis Hamilton started to push for diversity in engineering and all of that, and drivers as well. He's gotten a lot of people of color and from places that don't have races to be interested in it because they see themselves in him. One of them being me. He's the reason I got into F1. And so it's really interesting to see how the sport has changed even since I've been watching, which I've been consistently watching since 2016. And before that, I was following along kind of in the background since 2008. Actually, 2007, when Lewis Hamilton joined McLaren. And that's why McLaren's my team. But yeah, so Lewis started a big push for diversity, and it's made the sport better. Now women make up more than 44% of the viewing audience, which is triple what NASCAR has, I think, in women watching. And it's one of the highest of all the sports. Part of that, people will say, is because, they're there because the drivers are attractive men. No, they enjoy the racing just as much as the rest of us. F1 girlies have some of the best memes. They make some of the best. They love the tea. That's lovingly what the group is called. But yeah, so all of that to say, hopefully in the future we can see a female driver racing, and when that day comes, I think there's been a female F1 driver. It's just that there might be 2. There were 2. Maria Teresa Philippis and Leah Lambardi were 2 F1 drivers that actually raced and competed. The first woman to race and compete was in 1958, and I think the last one was in 1975. There has been a couple of women since then that attempted to qualify. Oh, Desiree Wilson. Why did it not link her? That's weird. Desiree Wilson, it says one around. I have to look into her. I don't know her. I do know Lombardi, and Maria Philippis. And then the last one is Susie Wolf. She is now. That was not what I meant to do. she's now married to the Mercedes team boss, and she runs the F1 Academy. She was the last hope, the latest hope for women to get an F1 seat. She, actually, no, there's another one, Jess Hawkins, who is a F1 testing driver. So women are breaking through, even though they aren't necessarily racing. Even though they aren't, even though a lot of women aren't racist, they're do not clip that out of context. But a lot of women are breaking through into this as race strategists, is what I was gonna say, as engineers and as drivers eventually, hopefully soon. I would love to see that in my lifetime. I want to see just people be able to see themselves in the sport because it's made me love this sport so much. As you can tell, because I've rattled on about this for the last hour, 2 hours almost. So, thank you all for being here, by the way. This is going to be so edited down. Any other questions about F1? If not, we'll go to the Minecraft. Permafrost is already talking about dragons and different things with dinosaurs. Is there a Chinese team? No, there's not a Chinese team, but there is a Chinese race. There was a Chinese driver last year. His name was Zhou Guanyu. He's now unfortunately out of the driver or out of the champion or F1. This graph will change next year, and it will change the year after that. Drivers go in and out of what's it called? Teams fairly easily. Who is the worst F1 driver in history? So there's a lot of heated debate about this because in the early years of F1, so qualifying actually meant something because there were more than 10 teams. So we need a social score in F1. That's funny. The early years of F1, qualifying actually meant something. So you could actually pull up on a race weekend with a car that you made in your garage and attempt to qualify. So there are a ton of drivers that would do that. So a lot of them didn't get in, obviously. In recent years, my vote, at least since I've been watching, would be for Nikita Mazepin. He was only there because his dad was a Russian oil baron or oligarch, and yeah, it was tough to watch him race because a lot of the times he was known as Nikita Mazza Spin because this is what the car would do when he would drive. And there was a lot of bullying that went along with it that wasn't great, but he was a pretty bad driver, and it was very clearly he was just there because his dad was a billionaire. And so those drivers are oftentimes called pay drivers. You'll see that thrown around about Lance Stroll, this guy right here. His dad owns the team, and he hasn't really produced the results for where his team is. So he's oftentimes called a pay driver. But like I said, a lot of these drivers, their dads are rich or well off. It's just more blatant in Stroll's case, where the father owns the team. But like even people like Carlos Sainz, he is Spanish, and his father is a rally car driver. His father was a rally car driver, and he is sponsored by Santander, which is I think it's it's the Spanish oil company. I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's banking. Never mind. It's a banking giant. Yeah. So their stock price is at $6. but they're the big Spanish banking giant, and so they sponsor him, and so any team that he goes to will have Santander on their stuff. Permafrost says he was trying to take off. Leave the man alone. I know, poor Nikita Mazepin. If only he wasn't such a giant asshole off the track as well. Maybe he would have been more loved. What else is there? Pay drivers, that kind of stuff. As for beef between drivers, I'll give you the rundown. We want to hear the beef, the tea. This guy, damn it, this guy, Esteban Ocon, does not like this guy, Pierre Gasly. They're the two French drivers. Last year they were on this team, Alpine. One of them did not make it. Probably the one that's no longer on Alpine and is now in Haas. But yeah, they came together a couple of times. They tried to play nice, but it was fairly obvious they had a very icy relationship. Max at the end of the last year, Max Verstappen got really mad at George Russell, and it was apparently a conversation they had over penalties and stuff, and yeah, so they don't like each other. I don't know if it'll carry over to this year because a lot of the younger drivers, they get along pretty well. This man, Fernando Alonso, the oldest driver on the grid, has beef with Lewis Hamilton because when Lewis Hamilton joined McLaren, he won, and Fernando Alonso was promised a winning team, which they did win. He just never won with that team, unfortunately, and it kind of created beef because your biggest opponent is going to be your teammate because you have the same exact car. So if the car's good, you're going to have a good year. But if the car's bad, it's going to be a bad year. And so Fernando Alonso and him clashed. They just have very different personalities as well. But just because the two drivers are mad at each other doesn't mean they're necessarily bad. What I might think is an asshole move is not necessarily perceived as an asshole move in F1. And so there are a few drivers that I consider an asshole, but I don't think of them as a bad driver. I don't think of them as a bad person. They just have asshole qualities, you know? Lance Stroll, obviously, because of his dad, isn't really well liked by the public, so he catches a lot of flack for shit. What else is there? Oh, there are. Let me go through it. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. 4? Technically 4 British drivers. Most of the coverage, at least in the United States, Canada, New Zealand, all of that, is from the UK. It is user error, exactly, Permafrost. Permafrost said if you have a good car and your teammate is better, then it's user error. Yeah, and sometimes people can't face that. What was I saying? Before that, it was... Oh, there's 4 British drivers. Technically 4. One claims Thailand, but he was born in the UK, which is the guy that races for Williams, Alexander Albon. The 4 drivers are Hamilton, Norris, and Russell, and like I said, technically Albon. There is something called British bias because of that. The British media is oftentimes the main media that covers F1 in a lot of countries. Even if you go internationally, the British feed in a lot of their former, because English is one of the most widely spoken languages because England just wouldn't stop conquering places. So there's a lot of what's perceived as British bias. Some of it I do think is warranted. Some of it is not warranted. So British drivers oftentimes allegedly don't get penalized as much, which, dang it, Fernando Alonso is a big believer in that, and he believes that a lot of the things that he gets penalized for doesn't mean that wouldn't get penalized for other people. So there is not currently an American driver. However, there is an American team, and it's Haas F1. They are owned by Gene Haas, who also has a NASCAR team. That's where he made most of his money, and not most of his money, sorry. That's where he got into racing, and then he bought an F1 team. He does like 3D manufacturing for metal and CNC machines, if anybody knows what those are. They're really cool technology if you don't know what those are. But yeah, so he, I think, manufactures CNC machines. That's where he made his money. But yeah, this is the American team, technically. And they sported a red, white, and blue livery because Nikita Mazepin drove for them. So it was the Russian flag was on their front wing, right here on the car. And yeah. Yeah, that's right. You used to use it for model making. CNC machines are incredibly cool. But yeah, so all of that to say that while this may be the American team, I'm not a huge fan of them. Gene Haas is kind of not the best team owner, but they're doing better. So hopefully it gets more Americans involved, and America's going to get a second team with Cadillac in, I think, 2026. I'm not 100% sure that they're going to get in or not. But yeah, so currently there's no American driver. The closest person to an American, technically, which is going to be a controversial statement now, but Stroll is from Canada, and I think he's the only one from the American continent, both American continents, North and South America. In order, I'm going to say not Denmark, the Netherlands, New Zealand, UK, Australia, Monaco, UK, Italy, Spain, Canada, Japan. Don't know where Hajar is from. Ocon is from France. Behrman. Oh, UK. So there's 5 drivers from the UK. I forgot about Behrman. France. Doohan is from Australia. Albon claims Thailand but is from the UK. Sainz, Spaniard. Hulkenberg, German. And Bortoleto, Italian? I'm going to look up Hajar. F1. Isaac Hajar, that's right. He is from Algeria. So there's a driver from the African continent, which, if you're wondering who I'm talking about, dang it, I did it again. This guy. He is from Algeria. Born in Algeria. And then Bortoleto F1 is Brazilian. Oh, okay. So there's 2 drivers from the Americas. So Bortoleto, I forgot there was a Brazilian. Bortoleto is from Brazil. This is the first time there's a Brazilian driver in a really long time. They have a huge history in F1. This is just me rattling on now. I can see the chat's died. And Stroll. Stroll is Canadian. So there's 2 drivers from the Americas. All right. It is massively confusing, and I hope that when I record the video again, it is less confusing. But yeah, so plenty of teams, plenty of people. And if you want to know what team you should support, let's do this. I forgot to get the link before. I have a Google form. Whoopoo! Does not say my real name, does it? No, click. What is it going to say? Is it going to say? It just says ranch. Okay, cool. Oh. If you have half a brain, you can figure it out. Anyways. Here is the link to that Google Doc. Only Hamilton matters. Yeah, and I mean, you can straight up pick a team just here. If you want to say a driver that interests you or a team that interests you, I'll tell you a little bit about them. If not, we can just, like I said, move on to, why does it look so small? Oh, because this is off size. Okay. We can just move on to Minecraft. But yeah, I will try to give you a card for Permafrost and get the link, because I don't have YouTube open on my computer right now. By the way, this cam is not going to be on for streams. Hamilton, like I said, he's the people's champ. 7-time world champion. He's styled so beautifully. He is incredibly personable, a great driver, very respectful. Here's the Google Doc if anybody wants to do that in the YouTube. But yeah, so you can click on those, and I will look at the results. Please, yeah, and he's black. Thank you, Vic, for saying that. But yeah, once you do those results, I'll get them. I'll try to go through them, tell you what it is. I might message you on Discord, or I might message you or tell you the next time I see you in chat what you got. And even if you just want to do it for fun, just to see what the questions ask. They have almost nothing to do with what we just talked about. But yeah. I did spell steak because a team is called Steak. So I wonder what that means. And that is spelled that way, so it's a fun little Easter egg. Glad you caught it. You caught that fast, too. Actually, you spelled steak wrong. Oh. Denmark was not there for vacation. There is not a driver from Denmark. That's where you would like to go. Denmark sounds beautiful. Can we just pull up a map of the world and just talk about that for a while? What are we going? Beautiful, beautiful, cloudy Denmark up there. There's a race. No, there's not a race in Denmark. It's next door. It's in the Netherlands and Belgium. There's no race in Denmark either. Okay, I gotta go through the responses. Individual. Ooh. Oh, I forgot to do this. Oh, I have the paper over here. Give me 1 second. Okay. I have the answer sheet. Okay. So the first one I'm going to do is permafrost. While this happens, what should I do? Should I just have Minecraft up? Do you think that? I wish I could play along. Do you want me to tell you now, or do you want me to just play games? You want to go to Alaska? That's cool. Alaska does sound fun. Okay. Let's see how fast I can grade this. By grade, I just mean there's certain answers to get the thing. I just realized how hard this is gonna be. Ooh, I think I know which team you're gonna get. 7. Always check the back. That's my favorite joke from New Girl. There's one where she goes to... Oh, wow. Permafrost. Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton is his first name. You're good. No, you don't have to respond. I figured you were doing the quiz. So, Permafrost, your team, according to the quiz, if I can pull up Lightstream, is... I need to hide this. Hide. Is Alpine. So, these guys below me. Scientific way of me seeing that 4 of the questions answered were for Alpine. So, congratulations, you're now a fan of Alpine. And then let me do. Who's next? Ooh, Vic is next. Yes. Wait, yeah, okay. I did have the questions correct. Wait, did I mess this up? Oh, no. I just have the answers weird. Oh. Vic, your team is Ferrari. Alright, last but not least, Torkild, who has been here through most of this talk, probably all of this talk. So you did end up choosing Lewis's team. Congrats, Vic. I just thought about that. Let me move my thing here. So Vic chose Ferrari. I mean, if you know a little bit about the teams, you can probably work it out. Which, what's it called? Which team you're gonna get. I missed a question. Torkild, you chose McLaren. Super scientific. Oh, yeah, I did get that. Okay. Yep, you chose McLaren, so you like the same team that I do, allegedly. So these two guys, Lando and Oscar. This car. Thank you again to everybody that came out. Torkild, Magic, Vic, Permafrost on YouTube. Look up Lego 77242. 77242. Why did I just look up a... There we go. Oh, the Ferrari car. Yeah, that's the one you have? Permafrost? It doesn't actually have to do with the colors. It has... One second, let me pull this up. It's in downloads. No. Oh, good luck, Noah. I didn't realize I had this many different downloads on my thing right now. Wait, did it save somewhere else? This is actually frightening. I lost the picture. Permafrost said they had, what's it called? The Ferrari store in Rome. They had a full model F1 car. Yeah, Italy loves Ferrari. So the way I kind of did the questions, so the first question was wins. Do you want to win? There's like 4 teams. I am not on camera anymore, but that's what I was gonna say. Permafrost said they have a Lego set similar to this one, so that's pretty cool. I'm back on screen. So the first one was wins. So there's 4 teams that are likely to win this year. There are 3 teams that I don't think are going to win this year, and there's 3 teams that maybe could win a race this year, if all the things align. Then there is the asshole teams and the non-asshole teams, and some people consider them, some people don't. There was a range. So like, if you kind of look, there's like 3 or 4 different teams on those questions. So you could get a point for each of those teams. And then the food and animal question, which are the asshole teams? Okay, this is exclusively to me, right? And people who actually watch F1 can debate me on it, but these are who I think are the asshole teams. Aston Martin, Haas, and Red Bull. Say what you want, whatever, you know. These are the teams that usually there is some sort of controversy going on with them, either having said the wrong thing, the driver says something outlandish, or their owner says something crazy. So, or they've dealt with drivers in certain situations. That isn't the best. And then history. So, like, for this one, if you said yes, Ferrari, Williams, and McLaren have been here forever. I included Alpine because they've been there 10 plus years. There's some teams that are more than 10 years, sorry. Alpine have been there for a long time, just under various different names. And then there are some teams that kind of have a long track record, like Red Bull and Mercedes. They joined in the late to early 2000s. So it's hard to like place where exactly they go. So that was the maybe column for that question. And then there's the what's your favorite color of these color choices. It was a combination of the 3. There's been certain situations that I think are kind of scummy and assholey. So I'm gonna join the Discord. So I put them on there. But yeah, it's a combination of a lot of different things. Temper texted me, and I actually need to check to see. Okay. Good thing I kept the world open. Sorry, I gotta check up on my messages. Sorry, this is actually an important message that I need to send back. Good night, Vic. Thank you for telling us that. But yeah, and then there's colors. There's 10 different options, 10 different teams. Same thing with countries for vacation. There were 10 options, 10 different teams. That was based on either where the drivers are from, where the team is based, where their like origin story is from. So McLaren would be New Zealand because the person that McLaren is named after is from New Zealand, and then or where a driver is from. So like with Williams, I put Thailand because I didn't want there to be multiple UK teams because technically like 4 or 5 teams are based in the UK. So yeah, it was a bunch of different options. But yeah, along the way, the points added up, and those are the teams. Yeah, that'd probably be in the advanced F1 stream. That'd probably be talked about. I want to do streams during the race weekend, so I do one during qualifying and one during the race, and so I'd probably talk about it then, because a lot of that stuff is very track dependent, and we can really break down the nitty gritty of what those will look like. So yeah. Sorry, guys. I just really needed to respond to that. So like if you would have chosen Italy, you would have been Ferrari, because Ferrari fans are, I'm sorry, Italians live, eat, and breathe Ferrari. You better not flake out because I'm down to watch. Oh, I will 100% be doing that stream, especially for Australia. I really want to do it for the first one. And I'm gonna have a special guest. Red Bull is, so there's 2 things. So I could have put 2 countries. Historically, Red Bull was first found by an Austrian that was visiting Thailand? I didn't even think about that, but was visiting Thailand. I'm almost certain. Either Thailand or Cambodia. One of the 2. One of the Southeast Asian countries. And he met the person that made Red Bull there. And his name was Dieter Mateschitz, something like that. And so Dieter took the formula back to Austria, turned Red Bull into the multi-billion-dollar, hundreds billions of dollars energy drink empire that it is. Vic, I'm gonna have to delete the message. Calm down. Calma, calma. So I put on the quiz Austria. So Red Bull is technically from Thailand, but they are really big or a lot of their headquarters in Austria. So yeah, the more you know. Any other F1 related questions before I start switching to games? You don't drink energy drinks? I didn't until recently, and I drank a Red Bull and really enjoyed it. So it's a pretty good product, I do have to say. Oh, for a while, Torquil, just to confuse you more, people would call RB Red Bull sugar-free. Does it do? Oh, okay. It just looks so weird. Ooh, I'm floating around. My suggestion. Your suggestion? What was your suggestion? With Rig and maybe some viewers, do a session of Mario Kart. Ooh. Yes, maybe. I might be able to get a loaned, what's it called? Nintendo. Yeah, that would be sick to do like an F1 series where we have Mario Kart races. You say pop? Oh my gosh, you are from the Midwest. I say Coke for all like sodas. I know I shouldn't, but it's just from the South. Once a month. That would be a fun. That could be a sub goal. If we can get me to where I can get subs, if you can get me to 50 followers, I will do that. That sounds reasonable. But yeah, I definitely could do that. That's definitely doable. I might even do that before 50. So the thing right now, Vic very lovingly gave me his old gaming laptop. So I would have to get a capture card, which I'm currently trying to figure out which one I should get. That is within budget and, you know, all that kind of stuff that goes with it. But yeah. So once I get that sorted out and stuff. Once I get that stuff figured out, because like permafrost, that's also why Ninja IO is kind of on the back burner, because I haven't had a PC that I could game on. Like right now, the camera is on a Chromebook, and then normally I play on an Xbox. So, yeah, so that's why. But things are in the works. Yeah, they are kind of cheap, and it's more about me, you know. I want one that works, because I had one before that just never worked for me, and then I gave it to somebody else, and it started working fine. So, but once I get like I said, the laptop working like I want it to, and, oh, Vic, you remember the one that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But anyways, I did have a capture card, and it just didn't work, and I want to make sure I get one that works. So I was trying to figure out the one that Chloe uses for her PlayStation, but she hasn't responded, so I gotta fight her. Yeah, no face reveal. This is me. I wear glasses. I have a little goatee, mustache. Torquil is fleshing this idea out, and I love it. Up to 12 players, 6 teams of 2. Each team agrees on the same car for a different Grand Prix. That's actually sick. That's actually so sick. Yeah, I think she did get it from TikTok, which I was kind of hoping I could get it from Amazon as well. This feels like it's zoomed out, but I know I've been sliding around. I'm gonna close this camera down a bit more for keyframe me. It didn't work. Nope, not you. Cancel. Lots of things are happening right now. You're visually impaired too. I'm not. What did you say, Vic? Oh, you sent a link. Text it to me. Text it to me, Vic. There's also Vic knows, but I don't think he knows what it means. You know how I have that remote, Vic, that I have to like punch in numbers? I'm not supposed to say the name, so I'm not going to say the name. But there's a thing that I'm a part of that there's another capture card on it, so I'm kind of worried about what capturing a card into a capture card. Anyways, there's a whole thing. I promise if it were simple and just me needing a capture card, it would be done. But this is like an evolving thing, and y'all are along for the ride. So 6 Grand Prix, each team picks one, and if there's the tie in points, sell it Mario Kart battle style. Yeah, that sounds great. My prescription, I think it's like negative 1.5, something like that. It's not too bad. Like, I can take it off. Ooh, I have to let my eyes adjust. I can kind of read chat. It works better. Oh, it's this one. Works better if I cover that eye. This eye is a lot weaker. I think this one's like 1.12. I think this one's like 1.12, and this one's 1.5. So one of these is definitely weird. Take the headset off. Normal head Noah. Let's see the headphone dent. It's hard to see because my hair is short. I wasn't quick enough to... Oh, wait. I can catch myself do it. See, yeah, it's not that bad. It's bad, but if I just scruffle my hair... I have very wavy hair. Yeah, it's a decent dent. 2.5 and 2.75? That's crazy. How do you see? Bet, Vic. I'll definitely look at that. Yeah. Do you want to see some of the stuff behind me? I have some pretty cool stuff behind me. Ooh. I've already shown this. This is a ceramic dinosaur that my aunt got me for a birthday. It is lovely. I like it. I was a child when I got them. That's why it's broken. What's up with the recycling stack? Oh. So, for a while there, I was like, I'm going to collect cans, because I'm different. And then it quickly just turned into, there was this one Asian soda that I only get from, like, a very specific Asian market. It's called that Qdol. And they have a little Pokemon on them. So there's Mew, Pikachu, Gengar. What order was it? This actually bothers me. Okay. So this one's on a different stack. Good to know. I'm not actually allowed to show this one, but it's a beer. But it looks like a beer glass, because you can kind of see that it tapers. A little, you can't tell on the camera, but it tapers. I can't show the bottles. I do know that that's technically TOS. They are allegedly champagne. This one's champagne. These are wine. They're candlesticks now. Oh, I can actually show you something really cool, because this is not technically alcoholic. Really fast. This is my favorite can of the stuff. I love how just absolutely confused this Psyduck is. I made a painting of it. It's, oh, just out of frame. Let me uncrop that. It's right there. And then there's my Eevee painting that I did. Get out of my frame. You didn't see it, because I didn't click checkmark. And I'm too lazy to do that again. Just trust me, there's a painting that looks almost exactly like this can. I love the Mewtwo. The Mew is adorable. So New Year's Eve 2024, Chloe's party. I sabered a bottle of champagne. So you take a bottle, you hold it like this, and then you run a sword along it, and there's a little bevel in the neck of a champagne bottle, and it goes bloop, and it flies off because it's pressured. Allegedly, I was blacked out. Vic was there. I forgot about that. Speaking of Vic, I need to get you your book back. What else is back here that I feel like grabbing? I know we have a lot of Star Wars fans. This is my Luke in an X-Wing bobblehead from Burger King. This was released during Revenge of the Sith. I had 5 of these. There's now only 1 left because I was a very destructive child. I wish I had more. The black splatter. This is a... Oh, will this tip over? Yeah, it will. Okay, well that's unfortunate. This is a painting that I did. It's a Jackson Pollock. It's not a Jackson Pollock. It is mine, but I did it in the style of Jackson Pollock. I like to paint for calming reasons. Oh my gosh, Air Force One, please. What else is there? Yeah. I will not get out of this chair. You will not make me stand up. You see with glasses. There's gotta be one other. There's one other thing that I want to show y'all, but I can't think of what it is. Oh, I can talk about this. This is a Pokemon card that AJ made of my dog that is now deceased. His name was Wishbone. He was adorable. It is his real height and weight, and it is an old Pokemon card. AJ made it for me. I love it. It was one of my favorite things. And holding that Pokemon card up, to tie it back to Vic, Vic brought me this from Italy. It's the Colosseum. And then I have various Funko Pops, which I do not want to move because that takes forever. What are attack points? What are the moves on the Pokemon card? I actually don't know. His health is 150 health. It's bounce. Attach an energy card to this Pokemon. Or for each energy card attached to this Pokemon, this attack deals plus 10 damage for each... I just read it twice. Anyways. 30 plus each energy attached. It's not a bad card. So, a bit of backstory. My dog at the last 10 years of his life, something like that, was blind. So AJ put a condition on it called Wander, because essentially towards the end, lovingly referred to him as a Roomba, because he would just meander around. So he gave him a condition of Wander. When this Pokemon takes damage, move all energies attached from this Pokemon to another Pokemon and shuffle this card into the deck. So it can never die. It can never technically die unless you get hit with 150, which I love. What else is there? What else is there that I can quickly grab and put back? Oh, this is Dallas Trinity ticket. I went to their first game ever. They're a new team in Dallas. Love it. Where'd you get the haircut? Is it really bad on the neck? Because I did it. I cut my own hair. A metal Tonka like tractor from the mid 1900s from your grandfather. That's sick. I love old toys. I did it myself. I have, for reasons. We'll just say that. Not that I don't trust barbers, but for reasons. Tractor weighs context. Torquilled. Permafrost on YouTube says, I have a metal Tonka like tractor from the mid 1900s from my grandpa. The tractor weighs like 25 to 30 pounds. Because I said it's recent. Thank you, Torquilled. That's crazy. A 25-pound toy for kids. This used to be a real country. I did too. I thought it was gonna be like this size. or it's just made of lead. And it's like this size, but it's just incredibly heavy. For reference, this is like a normal Coke can and this is the car. That thing must be huge. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, 25 is crazy. It's a quality made toy, crafted from pure metal, likely steel, but feels like cast iron. Probably cast iron more than steel, because I feel like steel wasn't really widely available until later. Oh, that's what I was going to show you. This is what I call the Book of Pokemon. It's the manual for Pokemon Platinum, the official Pokemon guide. I got it when Platinum came out because I was a Pokemon nerd. It has every Pokemon up to Platinum in it. It has every move in the game Platinum and its damages and stuff. And then it also has a walkthrough, beautifully illustrated. Only the worthy can pick it up. That's why Permafrost can pick it up. That sounds amazing, Torquilled. It's only about a foot and a half. Only about a foot and a half long. That's massive for a toy. About 4 to 6 inches tall. That's huge. You had one for Diamond and Pearl. You say that. I also had one for Diamond and Pearl. I like how I still turn to the camera even though the microphone's on my face. Like it matters which way I look. Look, I can face completely away from y'all. You can't see what I'm doing. But yeah, what's it called? I have a Diamond and Pearl one as well. I don't know where that one is. Oh. Here's a McLaren P1. Pearl is your comfort Pokemon game. Platinum is mine. Platinum very much is mine. This goes back in its little spot, because we're done explaining F1 for today. You have a lot of dinosaur books. Yeah. Alright, guys. I'm gonna turn off the camera. I'm gonna do it. What was my plat starter? I had to go implode. The end Pokemon is Imploreon, Piplup. Oh, see, I always really aesthetically liked Infernape and wanted to be an Infernape person, but I would always pick Piplup. Yeah, I adored Pokemon, and I had a shoebox full of Pokemon cards, partially because AJ gave me a bunch of them, and then also I had a collection before that, and then I gave them to my nephew, and my nephew decided that he was too old for Pokemon, and my cousin didn't text me, and so he threw away all of the Pokemon cards. I kept the expensive ones though, so. Firefighting is clutch, because I don't think there's many fire Pokemon in Plat/Diamond. I think it's only, there's really only, like, Ponyta, which is from previous generations. Like, I don't think there were many fire types in this generation, because they really went heavy into, like, the dark and steel types. And this is where you get a lot of the mixing of the types. There was like a Magmadog, but I think that was a minor legendary Pokemon, if I do remember correctly. It was... Oh. This says there's a Houndour. Oops, this way. I had it right the first time, so. I've got Hot Wheels 63 Austin Healey. Ooh, that's a nice car. Austins are nice. I always have a soft spot for British cars because of Top Gear. If you've never watched Top Gear, don't worry. You missed a movement. Oh, there was also Magby and his whole evolutionary tract into Magmortar. Oh, here he was. What was this guy's name? Oh, it might be right here. Nope. This one. There was this guy crawling around. He was like a miner. I remember I would have him on my team most of the time because, like I said, there were so few fire types that really, once you got to level 100, it was worth keeping around. He was one of them. Also, he was really cool, so of course I'm going to keep him around. Alright. We say bye-bye to the camera. Bye-bye. I go away now. Back to the game. Did somebody else submit one? Oh no, it says 5. Like a pseudo-legendary? Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know why I started using the term minor legendary and major legendary. I actually need this one on this side and this one on this side. Electrike and Dratini. Ooh, those are the only time I've ever touched a Pokemon card was 2 cards that I was gifted by my cousins. Oh, that's cool. Electrike and Electrike. I said goodbye to the camera.
Sure. Oh my gosh. You see my mess. Let's get that out of frame. Put this down. Oh. Let's do that. See, that was the painting I was talking about. Same thing with this Eevee. Looks really good from a distance. Up close, you're like... I've got a little tiny Electrike. Because he looks like my little dog. That's why I liked him. So it's funny that's one of the cards touched. Alright, now for bye camera. The audio double. I'm so sorry I have to deal with that. I was looking at the wrong chat. I'm sorry, chat. I had to put y'all through that. That won't happen again. Oh, now I can relax. Is it back to just single audio?
No. Why did it do that? That's stupid. Okay. So I deleted the, because whenever I put my camera, it does the computer audio. So like the microphone on that. Now I can hear my voice. How do y'all sit and listen to me? My voice is so weird. The microphone that was on my headset is for, it's connected to my Xbox controller, and then the microphone that was the double audio was from my computer. So sorry. So when I took off the camera, I thought I deleted the audio as well, but it only deleted the camera. Pokemon evolutions. They don't make sense. They don't make sense. Okay, well, if AJ's not gonna join the Discord. They all got off. Okay, well. I'm gonna sit back in the Discord. How are y'all's days going, by the way? I haven't asked any of y'all. I just started blabbing about F1. Again, thank you to everybody that was there, everybody that took the quiz, everybody that sat and listened to me blab on about something that I'm very passionate about, and that comes here and listens to me blab on all the time. Your day has been going so slowly. Your day was good, Torkilled. That's good. My day was actually really good. I went and got coffee with Vic earlier today. And we got some pastries, which I put on the Discord and Foodie. And then we had some Mexican food. And then for dinner, I went to eat with my parents. And I had fried rice. with gochujang and what's it called? Kimchi. It was really good. Good. I'm so glad. Like I said, I'm really excited to do this. I've always wanted to talk about something passionately. F1, I think, is one of the friendlier things that I can talk about, where I don't usually, like, sports in general, I don't usually have too crazy, like, I'm not ever a crazy fan that's like, oh, off my team, if you do something against my team, like, I don't think that way. I always think, like, try to think through it logically. Like, people are just cheering for their team. You got some kind of stomach bug. I have been a bad person. I have been eating dairy, and my stomach is paying the price. And I'm not being a big boy about it. So, I feel you've permafrost. A singular dinosaur. Yeah. I actually have multiple dinosaurs, because if you think about it. Were you talking about the F1 car? Because I was talking about the literal ceramic dinosaur. If you're talking about the F1 car, that's actually really funny. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to record another little talk about F1 and try to shorten it so that way it's... Dude, I cannot believe I forgot to do the race weekend. Like, to just talk about what happens during a race weekend. That's, like, so fundamental to watching an F1 race. And I just completely messed that up. That's so funny. Yeah, I gotta make it concise, because I did babble and babble on. It'd be like a 10-minute video, probably, is what I would shoot for. I think I could get through. I probably wouldn't go through the car breakdown like I did. Instead, I do the weekend breakdown in more depth. No. That's actually really smart, Torkill, to take notes of my lecture. Bane of Arthropods is rough on a first roll for sword. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, I should have saved. Should have just grabbed a book. But I'll watch it again, because usually Saturday during the mornings, I wake up and I watch my VODs from the week at double speed. And I try to clip anything that is exciting, and then I use it for the next week's content. Diego, thank God. What do you try to play, bro? Okay, so Minecraft. Let's do... Did you finish updating it? Oh, that's so crazy. It's almost like I told you to do that last night. No, I'll put it on. I'll put it on. Chat, point and laugh at Diego. I told him last night over and over to update. I told him over and over to update Fortnite. Oh, good. Good thing that it updated without you. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm feeding the cows. Yeah, AJ's in a mood. So, oh, he's getting on. Never mind. I think he just didn't want to be alone with me. He hates me. Yeah, the update's like 41 gigs, so that's a miracle that it got done without you, D. Is... Okay. So, while yes, I could just do 16 shelves, I like the aesthetic of the 3 shelves. And that will be getting done here. This is going to get filled in. I just am waiting to kill the cows. Oh, it's my internet that's bad. He knew I was talking about F1, so he's like, I gotta stay away from that. Okay, I'm gonna quickly switch to Fortnite, and while I do that, I'm also gonna get water. Oh, Siege. Sorry. I'm gonna quickly switch to Siege. Chat. I'll be reading you. Wait, I'm still. This is. Oh. It has been a long day. I've had the terrible sleep schedule of going to bed at 4 and waking up at 2. So today... Well, no, F1 hasn't even started. That's the worst part. It's just me being a bad human and just not going to sleep on time. Yeah. And, okay. Yeah. And so then this morning, I woke up at 10, and Vic was texting me, and he's like, I went to bed or I woke up at 4. Or he woke up at 5, and I went to bed at like 4:30. And I was like, you want to go get coffee and pastries? And he's like, yes. So we went to go get coffee and pastries. Or he said it. I don't know who said it. That was a long time ago. So we got coffee and pastries. Well, it was a very adorable date. I was gonna put that.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
Kinda nervous. Good, bro? Yeah, I know, but just tipsy.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Home improvement time.
Bomb located by Op 4.
Ready. Use it if you have to.
Is the word. Grease is the word.
Finish securing the perimeter.
Where were they? That's a buck. Where's that side? Stairs, middle stairs. Go on middle stairs.
Friendly, last operator standing. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated. Be ready to engage Op 4.
Well secure!
Throwing a dread mine.
Sticker.
Why did I want...
Down to 10
Oh,
seconds.
because I need people to pop explosions, that's right.
Shotgun head on. It's ours.
5 seconds and counting.
Reload!
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
You know what that means? TK. Straight to TK. Where's the drone? Jail. Overcooked chicken. Jail.
No time to waste.
They have destroyed. Yeah. That is a Blackbeard. That's... I got downed. On Windows. It's a Blackbeard. Just gonna make it out this window.
Mine active and ready.
Yes.
Reloading ammo.
Yeah, I'm gonna sacrifice my life. Usually.
You have been spotted by
He's
hostiles.
gone.
Fall back.
He's gone, he's gone, he's gone.
One Op 4 remaining. Op 4 eliminated.
Dude, so glad you put
Successful.
those what's it called? Self revives on there. That's literally what saved me. So. Straight to jail. I genuinely thought for the longest time. What's the other show they had? It was like a 20 for 20 or 30 for 30, sorry, but it was Documentary Now, that's what it was called. That show was funny. Good show, good show. Jolly good show. Mordecai and Rigby. Oh. That wasn't very good.
Friendly
That was not
drone
very good
deployed.
at all.
Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
We got Torkill, we got Magic, we got Permafrost, we got Vic probably, because the number hasn't dropped in a while. Radio show is such a vibe.
10 seconds before
D
insertion.
just shouted,
5 seconds.
we could.
You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
D just gave all of the chats a shout out, so. That's wild.
Clear the blast area.
Did I watch the regular show movie? Can you remind me of the plot? Does anybody remember the plot? Run out. 3, 2, 1. No, no run out. Interesting.
Activating adrenaline surge.
You must recover the diffuser.
Person loaded.
Okay, that means somebody's close.
Action time. Adrenaline surge.
Op 4 last operator standing.
Oh,
Op
thank
4
God.
eliminated. Friendly mission
Future
successful.
Rigby is trying to kill past Rigby to change the future or something. Okay, yes, then I have seen that. Nah, I think it's best we ignore that flick. Trash movie. That is crazy, Torkilled. Torkilled. No, I'm not gonna ban him. You're a mod though. You can ban them for that
Friendly
opinion
drone
if you want to.
deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
But I'm begging you, please don't ban them. I think you will, because it does say who bans you.
Seconds before insertion.
D jokingly said he was gonna ban you.
5 seconds to insertion.
My drone just...
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse
Please
it.
don't. We We are we're guild enjoyers in this chat. That's the thing, it's like if so-and-so has 1,000,000 fans, I'm one. If they have no fans, then I'm dead. D, please. Please stop being garbage. Why can't you be as good tipsy as we are when we're tipsy? D is just jealous. What's up, AJ?
Friendly, last
Real.
operator standing. All friendlies have been eliminated.
I don't have any alcohol. I'm not gonna shoot straight Jose Cuervo. Yeah, and then on top of that, it's just one shot. I mean, like, I don't even have any mixers because I just drink water. Why is there not? My parents don't really. Actually, my dad got a beer today at, what's it called? At the restaurant we went to, and I was like, really? He never gets beer. Surprised. And then, what's it called? Yeah, my parents just don't normally drink, and then I only take alcohol to parties, so yeah, theoretically.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
Well, it's Jose Cuervo, and I went to college, and college we drink that when everything else was out of. we only drink that when we were trying to impress women.
10 seconds.
Gotta reload.
5 seconds and counting.
Because we had better tequila, and we'd be like, here's a shot of
Bomb
tequila.
located by
And
Op
they'd be
4.
like, oh my god, and then we'd be like, yeah. Yeah. I am
Deploying welcome mat.
losing frames left and right.
Perimeter defense online.
Dude, these servers have been so garbage recently. I like on the stream because it's so low frames. You cannot tell that I'm dropping frames.
Keep it deployed. We have some time.
With the capture card, I think my stream should theoretically get better, so. Hopefully soon, TM. That would have been crazy. How are my sight watchers enjoying themselves? What's going on, my fellow sight watchers?
1 on 4 remaining. Been spotted. Friendly victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Yeah, I know you did. I know you did. I was trying to TK. Were you trying to TK? Oh, what is this title? Rainbow till I6. That doesn't mean anything bad, does it? Rainbow till I6. We're just gonna put that. She said, what's up? I said, hello. Why don't you let me edit video, YouTube? Please. Permafrost gonna flame me because my title don't match what I'm doing. No, you don't want to be saying Rainbow till I 6, no. Well, I'm saying it, I'm sorry. That's a crazy emote. Oh no, I just I clicked on it. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Okay. Okay, good. Permafrost can't flame me anymore. The video title is now updated. Lily, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Your answers will inform who you should root for. Actually, no, wait. We'll do this at a later date. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Chloe. I mean, the only one that caught that is probably chat, because they only have one side of this conversation. Let the rain fall. Yeah, Torkilled, I did. Dude, the other day I called Chloe Hamza. For reference, Lily, I just called you Chloe. I don't know if you caught that or not. Yeah. So. Hamza's another friend of mine, but Hamza looks nothing like Chloe. This past week I've been running through people's names, like every name is just on a Rolodex in my head, and it's like a 50-50 chance if I call you by the correct name or if it's like somebody else's name. It is infuriating to me as well. Oh, Lily needs an invite, because all of the other people that usually invite her. Invite to game. I sent you invite. I'll be good by the weekend. Everything by the weekend. It is the weekend. I won't see you guys tomorrow. Sag. Monday I think of you. Friday is always the time of my life. Dude, Dylan takes crazy, like, I know he's a good photographer, but these photos are just stunning. I'm gonna say $2,000, at least. Okay. Lily, how good are you at deciphering, like, PC specs? Okay. Then this game isn't gonna be fun. An Intel Ultra 9 processor, like CPU, 64 gigs of RAM, NVIDIA RTX 5080 graphics card, and a 4 terabyte solid state drive. How much do you think it is? It's a computer, yeah. Yeah, it's the whole computer. It's a tower, so like a desktop computer. Ooh, not far off. Torkilled doing the Price is Right rule at least $10. Lily is the closest at $2,899. Which is closer than my guess. My guess was like 2,000. Diego's muted, but he's here. Allegedly. D, if you're here, give us a sign. D, if you're in the room with me, move my mouse. Why is my chair turning? The answer was $2,899.99 at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Yep. No, this was the CyberPower PC. It was a i9, 64 gigs of RAM, 5080, 4 terabytes SSD. Which, that's about right. Oh my gosh. Are you doing the thing, person that just joined? Was that an answer to my question? Oh, okay. Good night, Torkilled. Chloe also says good night. AJ says good night. Lily says I'm right. Lily says good night. Diego says nothing because he's not here. Diego does hate us. Why would you not? No. Don't. No.
Seconds and counting. Bomb located by Op 4.
Why is Diego sour like that? Because we're better than him. Ooh, my game might lag out.
It'll sting a lot.
Lily, I ain't gonna cap. This ain't looking great. Tagged his feet. Behind. Tagged him up. Good kill. I'm.
Agents friendly.
Yeah. Can someone watch front door? Is that possible? Yep. I'm having to give it up. Someone dropped. Yeah.
Last operator standing.
Pillar.
Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
No, Diego's on the phone with his mother probably, and we're just making fun of him. It'll be good by the weekend. Do, do, do. It'll be good by the weekend.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
I had magic here for a little bit. I've since gone quiet, and then Permafrost was chatting for a bit. Also gone quiet.
10 seconds.
Chloe says hello to all of the people prior.
5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Move! Go. Wait, what's wrong?
It'll sting a lot.
Miku, Miku. Did D run out? Nice.
Reloading!
One friendly operator remaining.
Yeah.
Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
Probably something warm, Chloe, because it's supposed to be mid-30s, I think. Upper 40s, maybe. Yeah, but AJ's gonna be missing you. Where were the SD cards, Chloe?
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to go.
AJ, who hit him in his pocket and then just put him back.
You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Real. I whiffed because I am not good. Hey Lily, you doing okay, bud? I briefly saw Lily's ping hit quadruple digits and then stabilize in the high 100s. One is mid stairs. Yeah.
One op 4 remaining.
This thermite's walking to kitchen door, but
You have
it's
dropped
probably
the
gonna
diffuser.
die immediately. There's
Friendly,
a
last operator
shield
standing.
between you and kitchen door. And then last seen on that like island. Ironically, this shield is in the way. Yep, there it is. You saw him go to corner. It's just one. Yeah, that's last person. Sounds like he ran towards island.
The diffuser has been recovered. The diffuser is no longer
He was
in
on
your
island.
possession. We have been eliminated.
Yeah. I would have done the same thing though. Oh, did y'all hear that? That was my neck. Okay. So guys, Torkilled had an idea, and I think this is going to be my follower goal for Twitch. If I get to 50 followers on Twitch, we do a Mario Kart series where we do like F1. So the way that Torkilled doesn't sound like it. The way Torkilled said that to do it was he said 6 teams, but that sounds excessive, but at the same time kind of fun. And then two people per team, and then obviously like Formula 1, you just do point system. And then what's it called? At the end we crown a winner. But you'd have Yeah. Well, the thing is, you would be tied to the car for the season. So, you would have to build a car with the person. And you have to use the same car. Yeah. G You know, you get it. I did a low-key face reveal by turning on my camera today. And they were like, show us the headphone dent. It's like, oh. It's a good thing I cut my hair today, so it's not as long as it had been the last couple of days. I didn't say that immediately, that was later on, but what's it called? I thought that was hilarious. They listened to me blabber on about F1 for literally 2 hours. So, yeah, they did.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Permafrost kept themselves interested by contemplating how dinosaurs' toys, like plastic dinosaur toys, are made of real dinosaur.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds before insertion.
Torkild was actually asking like really good questions. It seemed like Torkild knew a bit about F1. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. I'll help you with the frame rate.
Swapping legs.
AJ says this, like... Got destroyed. First floor. Yep, in that room.
Drop the diffuser. 1 Op 4 remaining. The diffuser has been secured.
Death mark on the way.
Standing.
Friendly, last operator standing.
And it's a random. It's a Randy. They're a champ. They can do this. They're a champ. They're a champ, bro. They're a champ. They can do this. They definitely didn't hand the controller to their little brother right now. Oh, it's just a quick match. See, look at that champ gameplay. Oh no.
Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Yeah, I was about to say. Friday is the time of my life. Damn.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Damn. I don't know whose drone that was, but he just got shotgun to the face. I'm good by the weekend.
5 seconds before insertion.
Good by the weekend.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
We going out tonight. Yeah, we going out tonight. No, I'm hitting frame rates. It's crazy that I used to play at 60 FPS on this game.
Swapping bags!
I know he is. I can hear him. I looked away to go back up and saw his little bean peek out, and I was like, God
Down
damn
to 1
it.
friendly. All friendlies have been eliminated.
Dude, literally, siege time to fuck. This is why I play Marvel Rivals. What does that even mean? I don't know, but it gets the people. It's provocative and it gets the people going. Yeah, we going out tonight. We going out tonight.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
Jammer ready. Kodak the jammer.
I'm reloading.
From the razor blue.
Buddy,
10 seconds.
goodbye, friend.
Healing station placed.
5 seconds left.
This will protect us.
Now I know for sure that he's not
Op four
talking to
is
your mom.
located
He's
the bomb.
definitely talking to one of his friends. This is going on way too long. I would say Lily, but Lily here.
Wall. My magnets will protect us. Magnets.
Deimos 3/4 health. I was throwing my disc. They rushed site, guys. I don't know, Lily, how'd you die?
One friendly remaining.
Dude, there's no way this guy's champ. There's no
All
way.
friendlies were eliminated. Mission
If that
failed.
guy's champ, I should be fucking top 500. There's no way. Yamal HR. Alright guys, I'm going to bed. No, Chloe was not in the game despite the gameplay being similar standard. Champ standard. Champ standard, some would say. Chloe, you just play to a champ standard. That's what you should take away from that comment. That person was ranked champ, by the way, D. I don't know if you saw that. As recently as last season. I think about the weekend. Mondays I think of you. Tuesday, Friday. What is the lines there? Do we know what we're talking about? Me too, D. Me too. Arsenal won. Yes. Oh, thank God. I forgot to look that up. Friday, I'm having the time of my life. Goddamn. That wasn't the song. I was doing Mac Miller. So you're Bro, now I'm absolutely convinced Kenzie had those in her back pocket. Like, 3... the SD cards. We're coasting.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Chloe, where did you get your capture card? Oh, okay.
10 seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and
I was
defuse
just
it.
about to say, do you have the specs or name or something? Dude, these servers are trash today. Holy crap. As if they're not trash normally. It's just today especially.
Swapping max.
AJ on demon time right now. That man said
You have
fuck
dropped
you
the
to
diffuser.
me.
Friendly,
He
last
just has to
operator
keep getting
standing.
on. And then gets on anyways. Love him. He's got time. I'm gonna sit here for a minute 40. Fuck's sake. Now I lose this fight. That's crazy. If he swings this corner and gets me, this is actually crazy. You know what?
We have been
Ah, that's
eliminated.
annoying. Love that for him. Chloe, grab the sticks. I owe it all to you, 'cause I had the time of my life, and I never felt this way before. So, I started explaining F1, right? And about 30
Friendly
minutes into
drone
the
deployed.
conversation,
Op 4
I
is
go,
reinforcing its location.
I don't have an explainer on what happens during a race weekend. Like, the most basic thing that probably is what everybody needs to know.
10 seconds before insertion.
That happened.
5 seconds to insertion.
So now I need to re-record me explaining it, but this time
You found a bomb.
with like a
Make your way
race
to its
weekend
location and defuse it.
explainer. And cut it down to like 10 minutes. There's nobody watching a 2-hour YouTube video. Because we just got to talking about different shit and I started babbling. You know me, D. I'm Yap for Stappin'. I'm Max for Yappin'. Watch this, AJ. Watch this.
You have dropped the diffuser.
Watch for the blast!
The diffuser is now
Nope,
secured.
I meant AJ.
Op 4
Stutter.
last stop standing.
Do you go for plant? Lily, watch the door next to me. Oh, no.
Diffuser is active. Protected at all costs.
We're ready. Line set.
Start loading.
That was scary. Oh, they're outside. That's funny.
Op
Nice.
4 neutralized. Mission successful.
I'm back, but mobile. Nice. Tori killed. Welcome back. I'm on both. Oh, is he? We're tied right now. Tori killed, if that answers your question. Have we won one? Probably not. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. Mostly the shit. Tori killed, I explained the Mario Kart thing to them, and H just said, I'm a win. So,
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
we should see.
Changing max. Time to armor up.
They suckin' is what's happening. Crazy, Chloe.
I'm reloading.
Mods ban that person, please.
10 seconds. Down to 5 seconds.
Setting a mine.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Deploying.
Nothing I love more than my frames dropping.
Swapping max.
90. Yeah, I know.
Wall fortified.
Yeah, I saw 2 people jump in the stream. Where are they coming from?
Dread mine going out.
Don't worry about it, I got you. That'll help. They opened hole.
Loading new mag.
Oh, that ram's 1. That ram is 1. Chloe just said it's past Permafrost's bedtime. Just- Permafrost, we appreciate you being here. They came from breach side, D. Standard breach, red ping. Just because I got the time. Still red ping. They shot cams in sight. Holding on 5. Both inside of that room.
1 Op 4 remaining.
Nice. Last one in that room as well. Gonna take up the same position.
Mission failed. All
No.
friendlies were eliminated.
Maybe Permafrost did fall asleep. Alright. Everything good by the weekend? Mondays I think of you. Tuesday, Wednesday, I'll chill with you. Thursday. Yep. Come.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
Where is he? Where is he?
Swapping mags!
Because, no, Scopus does not get an armor plate.
Down to 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Down to 5 seconds.
I draw the line of...
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Reloading!
Self-swapping mags.
Drag my name. Throwing effort.
Giving them a shot.
Broke over here on 5.
All set to jam the meridian.
Can you res? Nope, I got flashed. I'm aware, but I'm trying to tag the people that can get a deeper angle on sight.
One Op 4 remaining.
It's Randy. It's Randy.
Op
No, the
4
only thing
eliminated.
missing from your
Mission
F1 lecture is a pop quiz at the end. Well, there kind of was. There was the quiz on which team you're gonna cheer for. Okay, well, you can pop this quiz, you know? How about that, D? I was gonna say that, but I didn't feel like saying it. D's nuts joke to you, D. Because I respect you. But obviously you 3 for me, 2 for you. Respect. Respect.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
D, I'm locked in. What about you, bud?
Insertion in 10 seconds.
Lily's locked in. Lily's got 2 kills.
5 seconds.
Hey Jake, can't you carry us harder, please? Actually, garbage gameplay from
Bomb
AJ right
location
now.
and defuse it.
With 6 kills, like, come on, bud. Double that shit. Double that shit right now, please. Yep. MVK would have hit all of those shots.
You have dropped the diffuser.
What? What? break a barrier. How scared.
The diffuser has been secured.
Eyes on Tango! Second floor! Setting Selma. Reload!
Switching. Nice. We love
Activating
to see it.
adrenaline surge. Throwing frag grenade.
Right here. On 5.
Four last
On 5D. On
operators
5. Thank you.
Op 4 eliminated.
Had to get
Friendly
that.
mission successful.
That's what I told you. You were locked in, bro. Think itsy bitsy spider gave a fuck about the rain? Nah, he got back in that spell because he was locked in. He was locked in. Dub. We did get a dub. Torkilled came back and we got a dub. I figured that's what you did when you said I needed explosive kills. Yeah, he just said good gameplay, bro. Yeah. I'm reporting him. I'm reporting this Hyro 511 guy. Okay. Lily not locked. That's pretty good. Lily. Oh, it doesn't let me at you. That's stupid. She understood that perfectly. I had to walk the dogs in the short distance. I had to walk the dogs. I was like, this sucks. I'm going into a warm house. Welcome back, D. I missed the bag of burgers. Bag-o burgers. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so one of them is not coming to dinner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it's just... You know what? They can say whether or not they're bringing somebody else. They are all grown adults. I'm not gonna try to be the mother of the group chat. Friday. Now I gotta look up this Mac Miller's. Oh my gosh. I ate so much milk today, or yeah, within the last 24 hours. So last night, right before bed, I was like, I want something sweet. And the only thing sweet we had was ice cream. So I downed 2 lactate pills and chugged the ice cream. It was okay. My stomach wasn't bad. But then this morning, we went to go get pastries, and literally every single pastry had cream cheese in it. So I was like, fuck. This is gonna suck. And my tummy hurts. I've been a big boy about it for most of the day, but now it hurts. And it makes me not want to be here. Makes me want to go to sleep. My tum-tum. My tum-tum feel num-num. Dude, big stream today. At one point we had 6 people watching. That was huge. Huge, I say. On Twitch. We had 3 on YouTube. That's also big. 2 of them were me, but let's not worry about that. Big dubs, big dubs. I shall read from the Book of Pokemon. The world of Pokemon is filled with dreams and adventures. What's up, D? I'm reading from the Book of Pokemon. The time has come for your first steps into the world of Pokemon. What awaits you is an odyssey filled with heart-pounding adventure. I don't think I ever had heart... let's not worry about that. You're joined on your quest by a Pokemon partner. Only one at first. But as you keep throwing Pokeballs, you'll capture more and more new members and add to your entourage. Your journey will expose you to unbelievable drama and the legendary VIPs of the Pokemon world. There will be challenges, but just gather up your courage and take them on. One day, you can claim your seat as a champion of the Elite Pokemon League. Wow! Okay, I skipped a few pages. Page 14. Raise your Pokemon with TLC. I assume that means tender love and care. There are many kinds of Pokemon. Pokemon are wondrous creatures. Much about their way of life is still a mystery to us. Wild Pokemon live in fields and seas or on grassy plains, and in dark, mysterious caves. Many Pokemon, however, live together in harmony with humans. New kinds of Pokemon are discovered every day. Nobody knows how many there are in all. Ooh, interesting. Acquire Pokemon. To reach the final goal of your adventure, you must catch Pokemon and use their powers. And for that, you must have a solid grasp on the different ways to get your own Pokemon. Primary ways of acquiring Pokemon. Catch wild Pokemon. Send Pokemon into battle to evolve it. Receive Pokemon at set events in the story. Trade Pokemon with a friend. The more you battle, the stronger you get. If you send Pokemon out into battle, they get stronger and develop amazing ways. They collect EXP. Chat, the more I read this, the more I actually want to go to sleep. This book, if you haven't fallen asleep yet, it's a miracle. AJ went to go get Chloe's mug. Lily went away. She didn't say where. And then you are back. So, does that answer your question? Chats, thank you so much for being here. I think I'm going to end the stream. I am falling asleep as I sit upright. Chats, thank you so much for being here. Shout out to Torkill, shout out Chloe, shout out Magic, shout out Vic, shout out Permafrost for all commenting and listening, well, except for Chloe, listening to my F1 spiel. Thank you all for taking the quiz, asking questions, no matter how crazy they were genuinely good. Yeah. Thank you for being here. Y'all have a great night. Be safe, and remember, guys, don't get lost.
Building tower!
That's not driving.
That's it. Battle Royale.
Alright, good night, stream.
Avoid the gas.
That's
Get to the
true.
safe zone.
Turns it off.
Building tower!
That's not driving.
That's it. Battle Royale.
Alright, good night, stream.
Avoid the gas.
That's
Get to the
true.
safe zone.
Turns it off.